Hello, Lensbaby family, and welcome to Shoot Extraordinary Conference 2022. 2. What is up, my friends? I hope that you are doing well wherever you are in the world today. If you do not know me, I am Michael Anthony, the Vice President here at Lensbaby. And I am super excited to be here with you guys for our 3rd conference in a row. As we get started here, just quickly, if you can, in the chat, if you can hear me, say hello, say hi, and comment where you are watching from. Where are you extraordinarily being a part of this with us from today? We got Scott and ATL. Hey, Carol, Therese, Jillian, welcome. Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here with you guys. As you may know, Shoot Extraordinary Conference is one of the things that we do every year to make sure that we can connect with all of you amazing Lensbaby photographers from around the world. And I'm getting bombarded by messages here. We've got Kentucky, Virginia, Massachusetts, Canada, North Carolina, South Carolina, Oregon, Tucson, Palo Alto, New York. Where are my international people at? I know it's different time zones depending on where you are in the world. And so if you are just getting into this, it's late in your evening, keep in mind, we have replays. They are going to be available immediately after this on our YouTube channel. They'll be up on the website in the near future. We got Switzerland in the house, Australia. I think I saw New Zealand in there. Amazing. Guys, we are super excited to be here with you. This is one of the most fun things that we get to do all year because we get to connect with you guys here in real time and learn, so much about what this entire process is as creatives is about learning, is about exploring, is about trying to tap into that part of ourselves that is our creativity. And, for years now, Lensbaby, one of the biggest missions that we have is to empower our creators, our photographers, our artists with tools from our amazing ambassadors and educators and speakers, and to give you the ability to learn what, and I'm going to be honest with you, if I know many of you have gone to photography conferences, I've met many of you at photography conferences in person, right? Or at trainings. And these things are thousands and thousands of dollars. When you come to Shoot Extraordinary Conference, the reason that it's free is because, really, truly, we believe in education over everything. But I don't want to overshadow the fact that this conference is worth 10 times whatever it might have cost to show up. And so keep in mind, come show up, play full out. This investment in yourself over the course of the next few days is about learning and contributing your time. A lot of people asked us why we didn't release the schedule. And the reason why is because we have all these amazing speakers and we don't want anyone to hand pick, okay, I want to go to this class or this class or this class. Because trust me, I've watched every one of these. You're going to want to watch every single one of these. And so I'm super excited to be here with you guys. If you're on Facebook, you can watch this on Lensbaby Unplugged or on our Facebook page. Also, you can check us out, watch on YouTube. And as Jillian just said, yes, it is priceless. I agree. Trust me when I tell you that, and I'll be clear, I love every speaker we've ever had, but I will tell you the lineup, the education, the courses, what you guys are going to learn over the course of the next 3 days is the best Shoot Extraordinary Conference we have ever had. Hands down, no questions asked. Our speakers, our creators, our Lensbaby photographers came and put together a conference that I know for sure is going to not only change, but I hope motivate and captivate you in a way that'll help you step in deeper into your creative journey. This idea, this concept about Shoot Extraordinary is really that. It's how do we take what we love and go to the next level? And so this is next level education here. And I'm telling you guys right now, you're getting $1 million worth of education. And one of the things that I want you to know and understand as we go into this is that we have the Lensbaby family and team here from HQ in the chats for the next 3 days with you. If you have questions, if you need help, please comment in the chats, whether you are on Facebook or you are on YouTube, and someone from the team, we will respond to you guys. Of course, you can hit the chat on lensbaby.app lensbaby.com. So if you go over to lensbaby.com, there's a chat icon. You can connect with us there, as well as you can email us directly at customerhappiness@lensbaby.com. So we're here to fully support you as we go over the course of the next 3 days. Also, one thing to note is our speakers are going to be in here as well, chatting with you guys, connecting with you guys, helping you guys, supporting you guys, and ultimately, bringing this amazing community together more and more over the course of the next 3 days. And so with that said, we're very excited to be here with you guys. You see this little, I'm going to make this graphic disappear that you see right now that says, "Welcome to Shoot Extraordinary 2022. And I'm going to make this scroll bar disappear as well. One of the things I want you guys to know is we are going to be putting up some teasers, some Easter eggs, some coupon codes, some challenges. We're going to also give you opportunities to win prizes, gift cards, Lensbaby gear, all kinds of stuff. So trust me when I say you want to show up, you want to play full out, you don't want to miss a minute. Between each speaker, we will take a quick break, give you a moment to recharge. So make sure you grab your notebooks, make sure that you grab your water, make sure that you put the kids away because it's time to stay focused. And we're super excited to do this with you guys. So show up, play full out, come and be a part of this. We're very excited for Shoot Extraordinary Conference 2022. And without further ado, my friends, let's get to it.
Hi, I'm Hengki Lee, Lensbaby Ambassador from Jakarta, Indonesia. It's such a pleasure and an excitement for me to be able to share my vision and what I love in doing photography using Lensbaby lenses in this holiday season. For those some of you who have followed me on social media or seen some of my work in Lensbaby Unplugged Facebook group, perhaps you already know my style in doing photography, which is Impressionist fine art visual poetry. Visual poetry is identical with symbols, just like a poetry in a form of words. Something unclear but recognizable in shape which displays order in pattern and composition. Something which can make us curious, triggers our imagination, stimulates our emotions and memories. Something that makes us feel like in a dream when seeing it, which brings our fantasy into another dimension that we don't see in our daily life. I love doing this style because basically I love to read and write poetry, and I want to portray this beautiful art by displaying symbolism in silhouette and blurry images. And Lensbaby is a perfect tool in making this kind of art because it can make our work look dreamy and ethereal in an unlimited creativity. For now, I want to share you what I am doing in making visual poetry using Lensbaby Composer Pro 2 with Sweet 50 Optic, which I use most in my work, and also the newest optic from Lensbaby, the Soft Focus 2. And for the concept in this tutorial is about a woman in her solitude. For this tutorial, I choose this indoor location, a room with many sewing machines, using available light as a source of illumination in the afternoon and artificial continuous light for shooting in the night time. These two optics produce different dreamy character, so we have to know first what we are going to make, then we choose the one that suits our vision. So let's see what I'm doing. In this first tutorial shooting in the afternoon using available light, I use this table also this artificial flower as the foreground, and also the model as the silhouette blurry background. And also I set my camera setting at ISO 400 and the speed at 1/50, and also I set my aperture at the widest at 2.5. And we set the focus on the flower, so make sure the flower is looking sharp, and after we got it, then we can shoot it. As you can see, the result is like this. As we can see in this photo, the flower looks very sharp in a contrast to the woman which looks in a blurry figure. This contrary condition simply makes this photo looks artistic, strong in visual impact, and also gave an impression as if there was an unspoken dialogue between the flower and the woman. A story like she was sharing her feelings, her thoughts, her loneliness with her silent friend. This kind of photo also creates multi-interpretation, depends on the audience thoughts and feelings when seeing it. There are things you have to pay attention in making this kind of work. First, you have to direct the subject in a good simple gesture, then arrange the proper distance between her and the thing at the foreground until you get a proper scale in your frame, and also ask her to stare at it to make a connection between them, which simply create a story, then manage the composition in a good balance. In this next photoshoot tutorial at night time, I also want to show you how to make visual poetry using Lensbaby Composer Pro Tools Suite 50. With the same concept as before about lonely women, I also use this flower with the face and the table as the foreground and the woman as the background figure. And also I use this curtain to diffuse the shadow of the woman, so the image will have a strong visual impact in artistic and poetic way. For this photo shoot, I also managed my camera setting at ISO 3200 and the speed at 1/80. In this photo shoot, we have to manage the focus on the flower. So if you got the focus, then we can shoot the scene. As you can see, the result is like this. In this shooting, I managed my camera into black and white because I knew it definitely makes the photo looks more artistic and better in aesthetic aspect. Moreover, the monochromatic effect in the scene enhanced the mysterious impression, which simply lift up the visual impact. The usage of continuous light behind the subject and the curtain is simply a key factor in making this photo looks dramatic, since the backlight effect made the subject appears not in detail, in a form of shadow or semi-silhouette. I love to use the curtain in this scene because it simply diffused the background and made the subject's shadow behind it appears more mysterious. The bunch of flowers in the face in front of the subject looks sharp as I manage the focus on it. This is quite important since it shows a contrary condition to the unclear look subject, which simply created dramatic impression. The presence of the curtain in this scene was also important, since it suggests a distance between the subject and the flowers, and the subject's mysterious gesture simply made an impression like she was trapped behind it and couldn't speak and express her feelings. This simply created poetic impression about loneliness and an untold story. In this next chapter of shooting tutorial with Lensbaby, I want to show you how to use the soft focus lens, soft focus 2 from Lensbaby with the aperture disc with many holes, as you can see, to create a unique bokeh texture, similar like a flower. And also I use candles. As you can see, the candles to make the bokeh, and a model with the musical instrument, violin, and also I use this artificial fog machine to produce artificial fog to diffuse the background and make the ray of light from the continuous light looks more dramatic. As you can see, the room is full with artificial smoke, and for this shooting, I set my camera ISO at 3200 and speed at 1/60. For this shooting, we have to manage the focus not too sharp, so that we can make the textural bokeh from the soft focus will look beautiful and dramatic. Smoke, please. Yeah. As you can see, the result is like this. In this shooting, I put the multi-holes aperture disc on the soft focus 2 optic to produce textural bokeh like flower shape. I had a vision to make the subject look like she was standing surrounded by flowers, so I put and arranged some candles around her. I deliberately managed the focus a little bit unsharp in order to expand the textural bokeh form, so it would look similar like a full bloom flower. This flower looks textural bokeh simply created beautiful ornament and gave good visual impact to the shot, and yet the subject's silhouette is still in a good form, even in a bit out of focus. For this kind of shooting, there are things you have to pay attention. First, you have to know how to arrange and put the candles around the subject for framing her. It has to look in a good balance in proper placement. You also have to manage the subject to pose in a good simple gesture in order to create elegant lonely mood impression in your work. Improper and excessive gesture from the subject will definitely ruin the mood impression you want to build in the frame. And for the last, it's good to use a property like a violin like I did in this shot as well, which also help to make the photo looks more dramatic and richer in story. In shooting this scene, we can also use the soft focus lens without any aperture disc. So you will have another type of beautiful bokeh. For this shooting without any aperture disc on soft focus lens, I use the camera setting at ISO 500 and the speed at 1/160. In this shooting, we have to manage the focus quite sharp at the model because it's different kind. Where this is without any aperture disc. If you get it, then you can shoot. Smoke, please. Stop. As you can see, the result is like this. As you can see in this photo, there is a different kind of bokeh I got, which look like glowing soft bubble. You will get this beautiful thing if you shoot a light shining object like a lamp or candle using soft focus 2 optic without any aperture disc. I set the focus sharp at the model in this shot since I knew I would get the glowing soft bubble bokeh from the candles, so it would look in contrast to the sharp look subject. So, in a low light and hazy circumstance like in this photo, this contrast look condition created beautiful dramatic scene, which simply made this photo looks awesome in aesthetic aspect. I managed the subject to pose in a simple elegant gesture to create mysterious loneliness mood, which gave a strong visual impact in this shot. Another effect from the lens offers another beautiful mood and impression. That's the thing I love from Lensbaby lenses as my tool in making visual poetry, which simply offer an unlimited creativity. I hope this tutorial can be useful and inspire you in using Lensbaby to make visual poetry. You can also follow my Instagram account to see my daily uploads. Thank you for watching.
I am a family and senior photographer based in Phoenix, Arizona. And today I'm really excited to be here and talk about using Lensbaby at your senior session. For the video that you're going to watch behind the scenes, I am going to talk to you a little bit about, I decided to do 2 sessions to show you how I use Lensbaby. And please keep in mind there is no right or wrong with Lensbaby. You can use any lens that you want. The ones I'm going to show you that I use for these sessions are the ones, I don't want to say my favorite, but maybe what I had in mind for that day and the location where I was at. For example, with James, which is my male model, and both models are actually real seniors for class of 2023, and this is the first time that I get to photograph them for their senior session. So I wanted to make it real for you guys to see that you can use it and it's doable. I actually use Lens So when I know that I got the photos that they want, and then I add the Lensbaby work. And honestly, all of my seniors love them. And why? Because they're different. They are not your typical senior photo. It has glare, it has light, it has color, it has quirky, you know, the bokeh. And I often find that all my seniors really love those photographs. And you know, it's hard for seniors for the sessions because I feel like you have to please 3 people: the mom, possibly grandma, and the senior. So by adding Lensbaby to your work, trust me, they are gonna love them. And you just have to try. You don't have to go, you know, bring all of these Lensbabies to your session and try them all at once. No, I mean, I started, you know, one of the things I can suggest is for you to start maybe just with a prime lens. And bring it, with your prime lens, maybe you start using Omni ones. Right in front of the lens, just play with it. And that's the beauty of Lensbaby. You get to play, you get to create, and you know that one image won't be the same as the next one, even using the same. So these are some of my favorites. Again, I'm gonna stop saying favorites, but I do love my Lensbaby ones. I use a lot of the crystal ones. I have, this is becoming one of my, you know, the newer one, and I try to put it in there once in a while, but more often now because it has really that gold. And if you have the sunset, it just makes a really cute bokeh and gold glare. And I have another ones here. And again, I have more. I just wanted to show you guys what I use for the session. The eye candy is one of my favorites. And just bring a few. Put them in your pocket. When you see me on the session, doing the sessions, I have a little fanny bag that I use, and you kind of pack them all in there. And as you are creating, you start developing what you're seeing and what you wish you had in that session or in that particular frame for the session for the senior, and also get them involved. In my behind the scenes video, you will see sometimes that I show the senior. I want them to know what I'm doing and what I am envisioning, and they will give me also their input. So don't be afraid to use them. And I also another thing that I have found, by using your Lensbabies, it makes you slow down, and that is not a bad thing actually. That's really good because you get to connect more with your senior and get to know them, and again, get them part of it. They love that, and they feel more confident too as you are, you know, you're working with them. It's a collaboration. So once you're working with them and they're working with you, it's beautiful. You're gonna really enjoy it. So try it out. Start with a prime if you're afraid to bring the manual lens, and see what you think. For my senior session with James, I decided to use. I started with my trio with a sweet side, and the reason I did this is because I really love the trio. And you have 3 lenses in one, although the sweet one is my favorite. And you know the aperture is 2.5, so you have that aperture already given to you. And I don't know, I just find it easy for me. I shoot with a Canon R5, and this is very light for me to have. So it's one of these. Usually you'll find this one in my camera bag for sure. And then another one that I use for James, I use the H35 right here with the Composer Pro. So I use the H35, and this lens is so versatile and is loved by many photographers. I find that I don't use it as often because I like more of the sweet bokeh and swirl. Just kind of that, but the edge is beautiful too. So you can definitely, I mean, I would say if you're gonna start with a lens for using for seniors, bring the edge. If you have it, you're gonna love it. And I find it's not that difficult to use, so edge is definitely a must. almost. And so it was a trio for James, age 35 for James. And then at the end of the session, I did use the Lensbaby Soul 45. This actually was my first Lensbaby. I started with Lensbaby about 3 years ago. I discovered them through a photograph of Caroline Jensen, and it blew up my mind. I didn't know how she made that, and the swirl and the bokeh, and I was in love with it. So talking with her, she suggested for me to start with the Soul 45, and it was the best thing. Was it easy? No. It definitely has a learning curve, and when I remember the first time I tried it, I was like, this thing is broken. My lens is broken, it's not working, it's out of focus. And once I start practicing, and it's really practicing your eye and seeing that focus, I fell in love with it. I often use the bokeh blades that I have in here, and these are really fun to add extra glare from the light and the sun. So I highly suggest that you use them. Don't be afraid, they're fun. So yeah, okay, with James, Soul 45 as well. And then I had a female, Miss Tan, and for her, we went to the desert gardens, and you know, desert can be very harsh, but with the girls, they like to be soft, and I like that glow. So I decided to go with Taylor with the Composer Pro, but using my Soul Focus too. And oh gosh, you guys, I can't wait for you guys to see the video, the behind the scenes, because this lens, it has been one of my favorites as well. I know I wasn't going to say favorite, but it is. And then I went for the Velvet 28 and the 85. Velvets are just beautiful for portraits. And the reason I use the 28, also don't be afraid, they're great for portraits, is because I wanted to get more of the background. I wanted a wider shot, and it just performed beautifully. And then at the end of the session, we went for the Lensbaby 85, and this is where the portrait work and the light and the bokeh and the velvet vibe is just beautiful. So you will see this one a lot in my camera bag too. So usually when I do a senior session, I will bring my Lensbaby 85. I am bringing now the Soul Focus too for sure, and I'm bringing the Soul or the Trio. Again, there is no right or wrong. I have other Lensbabies, and that doesn't mean that you can't use them for it. I just say give it a try. Try one, bring one to you know, and just make yourself at the end of the session to use it and show them. And I promise you, they're gonna love it. All right, so I will let you now see the behind the scenes video. Thank you.
Hi, Monica here, and now we are outdoors, and we are with James, which is very happy, very willingly to be my senior, which he is a senior for class 2023. James.
Hello.
And I have met James since he was a way younger kid, and I am very excited to do his senior session. Well, I am going to start this time. As you can tell, we are at this beautiful place with beautiful reflections and lights and stairs, and we have our sunset, which is going to be coming up on this side. And one of the things that I love about this place is the architecture. For boys especially, I just like how they work with the guys. And for me, the most important thing is the light. So as you can tell, lights on our side. James is lit perfectly from the back, and we have all of this light actually projecting into James' face. So he's gonna have a really nice natural light for him. And I decided to start this time with my trio. Why do I start with my trio? It's one of my easiest to start with, and then just kind of start getting him used to me working with him with the camera. And for me too, because it's easier for me to focus. So let's start. All right, James. So you're gonna be like looking at me. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna talk about my settings. I should have mentioned that. So right now with the trio and using the suite lens, I am at 800, ISO 800, and a shutter speed of 1/800. I am using, as we know, the trio is a 3.5 aperture, so we have that fixed aperture for us, and yeah, you can't really see, but the blues and the lines, everything is really, really nice coming out. Okay, I'm gonna keep going with James. And the trio is making a really nice soft blur around the area. I'm gonna see if we can focus. So showing here. Two more steps up. And this time, yeah, you can sit down. This time both arms you can support. Maybe the elbows. Yes, perfect. You can let one go. One leg go down. Yeah. Are you comfortable? Okay, give a big smile.
Just one glance, so don't wait no more. I'm the one you're looking for, shorty. Girl, I see you over there hesitating.
Wow, you guys, live right now.
On a side, looking at the corner of your eye.
Getting a little flare from the sun, and it's making this really
My hips
nice.
closer to yours. Catch my breath and I say, I'm the one you're looking for. So come on, dance a little dance. Take my hand, darling, take the chance. You be my queen, I'll be your king. Show you everything that you've been missing,
Yeah.
shorty. So come
Love that.
on, dance a little dance. Got me in a trance, just one glance.
Really nice.
Don't wait no more.
And I love the shadow that is actually producing the shirt and face. You don't mind shadow? I love shadows.
Come
I
on,
love
dance
them.
like baby, show me all your moves, all your grooves. Shorty, I got something to prove to you. So come on, take a little chance. Got me in a trance, just one glance. So don't wait no more. I'm the one you're looking for, shorty. So come on, dance a little dance, dance a little dance. Come on, dance a little dance. So come on, dance a little dance. Take my hand, darling, take a chance. You be my queen, I'll be your king. Show you everything that you've been missing, shorty. So come on, dance a little dance. Got me in a trance and just one glance. So don't wait no more. I'm the one you're looking for.
All right, so we're still in the same place. I just changed different directions. We came a little bit more up the stairs, and I'm gonna be using now the rail for James, and I'm gonna using the Lensbaby Omni filter, and then just to give a little bit more of a glare, especially because of the lights that we have behind. So awesome, James. And I just kind of wanna work with the leading lines that I have in the front, and that's what I'm using. This Omni filter. You can really use the one that you like best. And then look away. Oh, you guys, these are so cool. All right, James, can you come forward like this a little bit? I mean, it's kind of like you're, going to just relax. Yeah, perfect. That's awesome. And you guys, you'll get to see the results, but I'm kind of mimicking the leading light that I have here with this one. And then we have also the lines on the back of him, so you guys get to see it. So good. I'm gonna have this kind of cold. That way. Yeah, perfect. One of the things for Lensbaby, when you are doing a senior session, if you have realized I haven't moved, so I'm already focus distance with him, so I don't, unless I move a little bit more back and forward, I will adjust again. But right now I haven't, the focus is perfect because I already set it, and we haven't moved. And now I moved again, so I'm gonna adjust it again. And this time, James gonna come like this, forward. There you go. And then he's gonna relax. While you're with your friends, maybe, are you able to go? What's most comfortable? Like that. With guys, I just work with them on what's comfortable for them. Because that's what's gonna really work great. Using the Swiss cheese, and I'm just trying to bring some glare, gold glare, with the sunshine right now we have, and you just have to practice. And I'm gonna focus again. We are happy. Maybe bring some of that. That's awesome. James, can you look forward? Yeah, that way. Alright, so we are now all the way up the stairs. As you can tell, this is a gorgeous mirror, and right now because of the sun we have this gorgeous reflection. I am going to use this Omni filter, and I'm just going to bring, if my camera helper don't mind just seeing, so they can see what we have on this side of the place. So I am trying to avoid that and block it. So I am going to try to do it with an Omni filter and still get his reflection. But I actually kind of like also the red because he has red on his shirt. So we're going to try different things here. And James. And this is going to bring a really cool boha around him on this side just to block some of that. That's awesome, James. And look ahead. Perfect. And really you can use it any side that you like. I even place the entire thing in front of my lens. It's awesome. I'm gonna come right here. So we're back here. I changed my lens. I am doing the H35. He is doing awesome. And the H35 is working like butter.
From the dawn till the day is done, we will do the best we can do. But I know best is yet to come. We have come so far, so fast. Make it last.
All right, so we are still here. We are in the same building, but we move on the side, and I still have lots of light, and we really love these big windows, so we're gonna work with them. And I'm using the H35. I want more of that sharpness, but also that soft blur. And I'm probably gonna be using some Omni filters just to enhance maybe some of those edges. We'll see. That's the beauty of it. You create as you go. Yes, love that. When you are working with reflections, so you can see from here, but I can see my reflection just always kind of hides behind the subject.
This is as good as it can get.
Working with them also what they want to do, what they feel comfortable doing.
Best is yet to come. Yeah, best is yet to come.
I am using again the Omni filter. I want to block.
But I know best is yet to come. I would say this is as good as it can get. But I know we haven't seen nothing yet. Oh, I know that everything is better with you.
this side. Have the sun in the back glowing, and with this lens it just looks dreamy. Taylor, you look amazing, gorgeous. I am gonna change my
Let's go. Girl, I see you over there in the corner.
Lensbaby, about 3 years ago, I discovered
Hi, I'm Craig Strong coming at you from Portland, Oregon, Lensbaby Inc.'s headquarters. And we have been doing this for a long time, almost 20 years. And we have a lot of different gear. Our mission statement is we empower artists to move through fear to discover extraordinary creative freedom. And we do that by introducing to you something that you can see the world in a different way with. And we have a lot of different things to do that. And so that learning curve is where the fear comes in for most of us. And then the community that forms around each of us finding our own creative vision for what we can do optically through these tools that Lensbaby brings you is awesome. But we're starting with the gear today. And I want to explain to you what the most questions I get are, which one do I get and what does it do? So I'm going to go through all of our current product line and tell you what it is. And it's either a filter, a lens, or an accessory, and what it does. Now, it does a lot of things, and they're very variable. Almost everything we sell can do multiple things, but I'm going to focus on a particular subject matter for each of these lenses or filters or accessories that you can envision yourself doing that is a good match for this. Now, you can do whatever you want with this. Most of our lenses, if not all of them, will focus close to infinity. And so if you can focus on something, you can take a picture of it and you're going to surprise me and go out and do things that I never envisioned. That right off the bat, that's what happened with the Lensbaby product line way back when. And it's just seeing all the images that you create that are not what I ever envisioned, what our community at Lensbaby headquarters envisioned. And you're always blowing the walls off of any boundaries that we put up as far as this is what this is for. So when I'm giving you an example, it's not limiting it to it, but I'm just saying this is a really good application. Go try it. This is something that this will work for, and this is how it will work. So I'll give you some insider tips, and let's get started. First product I'm going to unbox here is, whoops, there we go, the Lensbaby Velvet 56. We came out with this in 2015, and what we've got here, we've got foam and inserts, and we got the lens all nestled in here. This is a lens that has, an all metal construction. So this is anodized aluminum with laser marked branding, and it has a manual focus and a manual aperture. So it replaces the lens on your camera. I'm going to put this onto my Nikon SLR, and now I have a macro focusing manual focus lens that has a creative effects look. So at the brightest apertures, the creative effect of this particular Lensbaby is that it has a velvety glow that overlays the detail. There's still sharp detail underneath, even wide open at f1.6, but there's variable velvety glow. So as that glow increases, it increases as you go brighter on your lens, and it decreases as you go darker. So you can stop down to f16 and you're not going to have any velvety glow. But generally I'm shooting at f5.6 or f8 at the darkest in terms of my effect control, because that velvety glow goes away completely, and then I will open it up to create a special effect. Now, the example I'm going to give you here for the Velvet 56 is portraiture. Now, a 50 millimeter lens, 56 millimeter lens is not considered a portrait lens traditionally. That's usually in the 85 and longer range. However, I'm going to advocate for the use of your Velvet 56 as a portrait lens, because it allows you to get in close to your subject matter and to break down the barriers that get inside of that personal space. One of the techniques I used in weddings in order to make them comfortable with me was to get very, very close early in the day, because then the rest of the day I'm not going to be anywhere as close as when they're getting ready. And the rest of that day, they're not even going to know I'm there because they got so used to me being right in their face. And one of the ways to do that is to have a shorter focal length. And a 50 millimeter, a 56 millimeter lens allows you to do that. At the brightest apertures with the Velvet 56, you're going to get beautiful skin smoothing for portraits of people. And being able to get that skin smoothing, again, a great technique for weddings, especially when they're getting ready and they haven't gotten their makeup on yet. And you're able to, at the brightest aperture, have just tons, very smooth, very glamorous, very, nostalgic looking images, and then stop it down to 5.6 to get more of a normal, just a little bit of effect in the corners in terms of the focus vignette, but the glow goes away completely by f5.6. So having that variability, being able to open it up, tons of glow, tack sharp detail beneath the glow, and then stop it down to get a more traditional image. And so that's the Velvet 56. This was the first Velvet we came out with, and so I'm going to go in order of release. And so the next Velvet that we came out with was the Velvet 85, and it's right here. We're going to open it up, see what's in the box. Again, we got inserts and foam, and we got a lens all nestled in there. Also, all metal construction. We've got the anodized aluminum. We've got manual focus. This one extends longer because it needs to in order to get to 1:2 focus, which all of the Velvets go down to. That means your subject matter can be twice the size of the image that you produce, like what's being projected onto your sensor. So a 36 millimeter wide sensor, when you're shooting horizontally, it's 36 millimeters wide. You can fill up that with, at minimum focus, with a 72 millimeter wide subject matter. And so fairly small, that's about 3 inches. And then being able to focus in that close is great. And you don't generally, at 1:2 macro, you don't generally need a tripod or macro stability. So it's a good range for handheld macro work. And that's the example I'm going to give you. So the Velvet 85 is a wonderful lens for, these are portraits too, according to Kathleen Clemens, who makes beautiful portraits of flowers. But if you think about this lens as ideal for flower photography, it's a great focal length because what it does at 85 millimeter, it increases your working distance. So at the minimum focus, you are at 1:2 macro, you can get further away. You're not going to cast your shadow. You're also on your subject, and you're also going to be able to have. You're going to make your background less busy because instead of it having a wide angle of view that it's looking at a lot of things in the background, it's narrowing that to have just a few things in the background that are more out of focus because of the longer focal length. So shooting flowers with the Velvet 85 is fantastic, and again, it's variable as you open it up to the brightest aperture versus the darkest aperture. Especially, you're going to get glow, and you're going to have that be variable between f1.8 is the brightest aperture on the Velvet 85, and f5.6, that glow is almost completely gone. And for these lenses, and all three of them, a tip for being able to focus, especially when you're learning and you're seeing things more traditionally with your other lenses, and manual focus has meant one thing with everything else, where the detail and the contrast line up on the same plane, even wide open. With the Velvets, at the brighter apertures, the detail is here when the contrast is here, so it's easy to back focus. So one of the tips I'm going to give you is that you can stop this down to 5.6 while you're learning to look for the detail being not lining up with that focus. It doesn't quite focus the way a normal lens does. Nothing Lensbaby makes does exactly the same thing that a normal lens out there does. Not just because it's manual focus, but because of the optical configuration. So stop it down to 5.6. Focus your lens. Don't move toward or away from your subject matter. You're ready to take your picture, with the exception of you can open this up now all the way wide open and count on the fact that your detail is going to be as sharp as possible under that the velvety glow that you're getting at 1.6, which it's hard to focus wide open, even hard to focus at 2.8 sometimes. And so I use this, even though I can usually nail the detail underneath the glow. So I'll stop down to 5.6, I'll focus, I'll open it up, I won't move, I won't change my focus, and I'll shoot away in that particular distance until I'm ready to change and move, and then I might do the same thing, or I may, because I'm used to looking and finding that detail beneath the glow, I may just continue to shoot at 2.8, which is my favorite aperture on the Velvet 85, and because it gives lots of skin smoothing. But we're talking about flowers now, so you can make it a very impressionistic and at the brighter apertures, and then stop it down and have it more like a traditional macro lens. So that's the Velvet 85. We'll move on to the most recent addition to the Velvet line, which is the Velvet 28. Velvet 28, it comes in here. We've got the inserts, we got the foam. I'm gonna pull it out. This is a tank. Little concentrated, tons of glass in this guy. Just like the other two, this is an actual lens. It replaces the lens on your camera. Putting it here on my Nikon. This doesn't move as far, but it still has 1 to 2 macro capabilities, and that's really rare. So you don't normally see that on a 28 millimeter lens, is to get macro capabilities, but it has it. And it's also very rare to have a velvety glow and to be able to have this kind of nostalgic effect on a 28 millimeter lens. A wide angle lens generally is as tack sharp as you can afford to make it, or sell it as a manufacturer, and corner to corner. And Lensbaby gives you something different, because wide open, this has this nostalgic overlay of glow that you can adjust. So wide open, you're going to get a ton of glow. And shooting the night sky, so I'm going to use the example of both daytime and nighttime landscapes and skyscapes. And being able to shoot the night sky and have a wide open, just blooming of all the highlights that happens with this lens is unbelievable. I love shooting this wide open of the night sky, and to be able to shoot a mountainscape, shoot a scene with skiers and whatnot, and have the nostalgia of something overlaid that is a traditional, like old school effect that hasn't been on the market for a long time. There's not a lot of lenses that have this effect, and we maximized the underlying detail better than any other lens that's ever come out, so you can get tack sharp underlying detail even with a ton of glow. So that's what the Velvets do. All three of them do this, and the tip about focusing, stopping it down, that'll help you from back focusing. This is a great lens for landscapes, and you have that variability. So that's the Velvet lineup. So tune back in for more unboxing videos of all the current Lensbaby gear, and I'll be here with it. I'm looking forward to showing you everything.
Hi everybody, my name is Kate Haley. I'm a portrait, travel, and lifestyle photographer based in Seattle, Washington. And today I'm going to talk to you about portrait photography and making images that are a little bit more creative, highlighting a variety of tools and lenses from Lensbaby. I want to tell you a little bit about me, and then we're going to dive into that. I grew up in a really creative household. My mom is an abstract artist, painting mostly, some drawing and sketching and things. And my dad was a musician, and he was also the photographer in the family. So with all of that kind of inspiration, I grew up with an interest in all of those things. I played music for a number of years. I've dabbled in painting for a long time. And of course, I've picked up a camera a lot. Well, with that thought, you know, a lot of times we are taught when we learn how to do photography, or maybe we take a class or things like that, we're very often encouraged to make things very sharp and precise and compose things in a certain way. And for me, while I do that in many cases, I also like to have some creative exploration. I want to experiment. I want to get abstract. And that's where a lot of the Lensbaby tools come into play to help me do just that. Let's dive into some work a little bit, and I'll talk through how some of these images were made and show you what tools that I use. I'm going to tell you some stories of some portraits that I've made over the past few years, some with longtime friends, some with creatives and people that I've met on my own journey. When I start teaching this particular subject, I love to share kind of before and after examples. For instance, with this particular subject, this is a longtime friend who, when we first met, well, he's always been an artist. But when he first met, he was working in technology. And we talked about doing this headshot for years and years and years. And then a couple of years ago, we finally made it happen. And but he kind of needed two headshots. He needed one for web design, for web services and things like that. And then he also wanted something that was a little bit different, a little bit more creative to feed the artistic places where he might need that portrait. So for the basic shot, you know, I set up with my Fujifilm camera and one of my go-to portrait lenses, and we got his tech headshot, which is what I love to call it. He's the tech guy in this photo, right? Super clean lighting, super essential background, looks great across multiple platforms, also looks great in color black and white. And then from there, we changed the background up and we transitioned to kind of a slightly moodier look. And I actually used my Trio 28 lens and did some portraits. So if you don't know, the Trio 28 is for mirrorless cameras, and it has three lenses on, three optics rather, on this one lens. And what that does is gives you the opportunity to play with the sweet effect, the velvet effect, or the twist effect. And so let's take a peek at a couple of those examples. So with the first transition shots with this particular subject, I used the velvet effect. We went to kind of this crimson paper. I changed the lighting up a little bit. And the combination of doing that with the velvet effect on the Trio 28 meant that we instantly got a slightly moodier shot with this great fall off on the hair and the shoulders. I played around with a few different compositions within this setup, and we also played around with doing double exposures in camera. But when you look at double exposures, sometimes they're silly or they have like neon lights or things like that. In this case, both shots are kind of moody and expressive, and just a lot of fun. And this is in the Fujifilm camera system, I can do double exposures in camera, boom, boom. Then we did head outside, and that's where I changed the effect on the front of this lens, and you just do that by twisting it. And I went to the twist effect, and I did one where we just kind of walked around the neighborhood and found this really great set of trees and photographed him kind of far from the trees so that we could get a really cool twist effect in the background. So that's just one kind of like use case for a client who maybe wants something a little bit more traditional, but then we also get creative and have fun. And I think when you're talking with your potential clients or friends when they want to have portraits made, having these conversations to find out where are you going to use it, what are you going to do, where do you need to use it, where might you use it, like getting those kinds of questions and diving into those conversations helps make sure that you get the most out of that session with them for them. Okay, now I want to transition to a totally different set of photos, but using similar gear, of course. This is a woman that I met actually through a call for models, because I love to do creative collaborative shoots a few times a year just for portfolio work. And when we met, we had coffee. We talked for like 2 hours, I think. It was an amazing conversation. We talked about color palettes. We kind of started to etch out a mood board and all of that. And we found a date and time to do this shoot. I even brought in a hair makeup artist, and it was all really, really fun. And in the shoot, I did start with like one of my Fujifilm lenses. The 35-1.4 is one of my favorites for portrait work, but I knew during the session that I was going to be using the Velvet 56, which is right here, handy because I wanted to show you guys some of the gear as we kind of go along with this. What's fantastic about the Velvet 56, I'm going to put it a little bit closer to the lens there, is it's a fantastic portrait lens. But it's also great for those of you who love doing nature photography, florals, whatever you're interested in. You know, these lenses are so versatile. One of the perks of the Velvet line is that they do double as a macro lens. So it's a 1:2 macro. And I've done some macro work with this as well. But this focal length on the Fujifilm system, which is a crop sensor camera, the Velvet 56 is a great about 85 equivalent for my camera system. So lots of options to use this lens with. One tip on any of the Velvet lenses, if you shoot them wide open, you'll find that the image has a nice glow to it. If you're looking for it to be a little bit softer with, or a little bit more in focus rather, but with a nice fall off of soft elements, I always use about 2.8 on any of the Velvet lenses to give me some sharpness in the face or the eye or on maybe a petal of a flower, and then give me, again, that nice soft fall off. If you want it to be even more sharp, you can close down the aperture and go to f16 or f11, whatever you like. But lots of options with this lens. And I just love the look and the effect and the feel that this lens does give my portrait work. So as we're going through and looking at these images, you can see with that first, the 35 on my Fujifilm lens, everything is pretty sharp. But as I transition to work with the Velvet 56, you can see softer elements in the skin in a good way, with the hair, with the shoulders, and even how the background looks a little bit different. There's just this lovely fall off. I don't know what else to call it. It's a softness that's very, it's just very beautiful, especially in portrait work. Then one more set to show you in a completely different kind of lighting situation. This is another model that I've worked with for workshops that I've led, and she's also just a really cool person. So sometimes we'll hang out and we'll just take some photos and have fun. This one, again, going back to the idea of like when you're collaborating with someone or when you're hired by a client to create images for them, finding out what like their goals and their intentions are, whether you're getting paid or not, is so important. Even on collaborative shoots, I really want to make sure that the person I'm collaborating with is going to get use out of the images that we create from that time. Because they're giving me their time, I'm giving them my time, and part of that gift is me giving them photos that they can use on their website or Instagram or wherever, right? We always have that conversation going in. But this is Caitlin. She's really, really, really chill, fun to hang out with. And we had some ideas around what we wanted to do as well. She had this awesome like sparkly top. I did a little bit more dramatic lighting. And again, I normally will shoot with my Fujifilm lens and then transition to my Velvet. Because depending, again, going back to that idea of making sure I have everything my client or collaborator needs, sometimes they love the softness, they really want the softness, but occasionally we might either close down that lens to get a little bit more sharpness or potentially try different lenses for different effects and focal lengths. That is one of the things like with the Velvet 56 or the Trio 28, these are fixed focal lengths. So I'm moving around a little bit, and often I just change lenses when I need to pull back or get closer to my subject. Some of you guys might use zoom lenses, but with Lensbaby, all of those lenses are going to be primes. All right. Here we transition into the Velvet 56. Again, you can see that immediate softness on the hair and the shoulders, and it does kind of like soften the skin a little bit in a really lovely way. Honestly, using these lenses does save me time in post-production. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty amazing. And then I always love to play with color. and texture, which you're going to see shortly. So in this instance, I added some gels to the hair, and we played around with just adding a pop of color. But all of these are shot with a Velvet 56. Love, love, love that for portrait work. The Velvet is available in a 28 as well as an 85. So depending on like your favorite focal length and what kind of camera you're using, you could start with one and then build out from the other. Now, if you are on a mirrorless system and you're curious about Lensbaby, maybe you haven't gotten a Lensbaby lens at all yet. If you're on mirrorless, the 28, the Trio 28 is a really great option because it does give you these 3 effects that you can try out and use. And then what I do find, it's kind of like a gateway into wanting more. So the Velvet effect in this is great, but when I have my standalone Velvet lens, I can really control the look of the Velvet effect, the softness, and the glow. Which you have some control here, of course, but you have more control when you have the standalone lens. So hopefully that all makes sense. As we're going through this, I forgot to say, if you have questions, get those questions posted in the chats in the comment. I'll be online during this live presentation, and I'll be there to help answer your questions, and other folks from Lensbaby will also be online during that time. But let's talk about more Lensbaby gear and other creative techniques that you can play around with. Because now we're going to dive into, I love the lenses, but I really love the Omni filter system. I use the Omni filter system so much. I carry it around in my bag a lot. I use it with my phone. I use it with my film cameras. I use it with my digital cameras because it's so easy. What is the Omni filter system? You might be curious to know. Well, that's why we're here today. The Omni system is multifaceted. So the first thing is when you get like the starter kit, you can get this little filter ring that will screw onto your the front element of your lenses. And depending on which kit you get, there's 2 sizes. There's a small kit and a large kit. And depending on your lenses, get the one that starts with that first. It will include some stepping rings so that you can immediately adapt this to different lenses. And then on the front here are these little arms. So this is one of the filters, or what we call wands. And so once it's mounted to my lens, I can adjust the wand to achieve a specific effect, which is really, really amazing. This particular wand is probably my favorite. This one's called the rainbow film. And I use this so much with my phone, with whatever camera I have in my bag, film, digital, it matters not. Sometimes I will handhold this over the lens of my phone because obviously I can't adapt this to my phone. But I can pick this up and put this over, you know, just the main lens on my iPhone and create these really, really cool effects. It refracts light. It creates reflections. It'll take a sign that's here and then like create a copy of that sign in a different spot. It's so fun. Other parts of the kit that I also love are the seahorse glass ones and the stretch glass. These 2 I use the most. And, well, I think I use the rainbow film. I probably use the rainbow film the most. These are the second and third. What I love about them is all of this is in the starter kit. So you get this, a couple of stepping rings, and all 3 of these wands in the starter kit for like $100. It's such a great deal. And it's so much fun. It really helps me, encourages me to, again, play with creativity, play with abstraction, do something a little bit different. A lot of times when I'm working with people, here's a different session with Caitlin. I always like to have the before and after examples, especially for sessions like this, right? You want to see what does it look like without it and what does it look like with it? And how much can it change your image? So whenever I'm doing sessions like these with Caitlin or people or even for fun, I'm always doing that before and after example so that I have these options to really help folks like you understand how it can affect your photo. So starting with like adding in a rainbow film, it can help create softness. It can create color, shape, mood, you know. The stretch glass is another element to play with to kind of pull elements out of the frame. I use this for portrait work. I also use it for cityscapes, especially at night. This is so fun to play with neon, the holiday lights. Like in Seattle, we have all these holiday light explosions happening during the holiday season. And there's just a lot of fun that you can use these tools with to take those like amazing holiday lights and twist them or stretch them and transform them. It's just a lot of fun. With the seahorse, I'll play with this for portraits as well, because I can do some interesting framing and duplicate elements in the photograph, whether it's a person or a sign or whatever. And honestly, these are just the beginning of the Omni filter kit. There's like the main collection that has all the pieces and parts. And if you really decide, oh my gosh, I love the Omni system, I'm just going to go for it, you might find that you want the whole kit. I know when it was first announced, it came out with just the starter kit and one expansion kit. And on that initial announcement a few years ago now, I got the starter kit and that first expansion kit because I knew I was just going to have so much fun. And then over time, I now have all of the pieces and parts. Typically, Lensbaby likes to release 2 or, new parts to the kit periodically, right? As they come up with more creative ideas and creative tools. All right. Well, that's what I have for you all today. Again, if you have questions, please get those in the comments or on the chat. Feel free to reach out to me on social media as well. I'm happy to answer questions about any Lensbaby products or any of the photos that you've seen today. I look forward to chatting with you, and I hope you have a great day.
Hi, I'm Allie France, and I am so thrilled to be back here again for the 2022 Lensbaby Shoot Extraordinary Conference. If you're not familiar with me, I am a Lensbaby ambassador, I'm a Click Pro Elite, and I'm a Click Pro ambassador. I am so excited to get to be here with you and to get to chat about Lensbaby and light, an extraordinary pairing. If you've seen my work, what you may notice is that I am a huge fan of lens flare. I'm a huge fan of using light in creative ways, and I love to take out a variety of different Lensbaby lenses and Omni wands to really add a uniqueness and a certain flair to my images. I'm so excited today to chat with you guys about a variety of different lighting techniques, whether it be sunset backlight, using artificial light, or using wands to add something extra to the frame. I am a huge fan and a huge proponent of going out and experimenting. So as you're watching me work, please know that a lot of times I will shoot a ton of frames and there may not be something that I am absolutely thrilled with, but the art of experimentation is something that I believe firmly in. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have just discovered the Trio 28 flare, which is absolutely my favorite. And I just love the flexibility and the uniqueness that Lensbabies allow us as artists to play with. So that being said, I'm gonna show some behind the scenes. And as always, if you have any questions, I would love to hear from you. Thank you so much, and let's get going.
So as I mentioned, the Trio 28 lens flare is just my favorite. This was at sunrise, and I went out and was recording on my Sony a7R III. And as you can see, I'm moving around to see what kind of composition I can get with the flare. I love backlight. I love the sweet setting. I will go ahead and change here, and I go through, this is the twist setting. So coming through, it does change the flare. Still beautiful, a little bit different. But I just really love, again, like the options that this lens allows, switching over here to the velvet setting, and you can see this beautiful flare as well. I really just love, I know I say it all the time, but the versatility. The Trio really provides some fun options, 3-in-1, and I just love going out and moving around and seeing what I can create. The final thing I want to add about using sun flare is that I love trying to find new and unique and creative and challenging ways to add flare to the scene. And so we have a west-facing backyard, and I knew that I do study the light around our home and try to seasonally see where the sun is. Obviously, because our west-facing backyard, our front door faces east, so I know where I can get some fun flare and sunrise in the morning. So for this, I had my daughter dive in multiple times and tried to position our dog, and I took a ton of burst mode frames and was really excited with how this one came out. So I wanted to take a moment to show kind of an evening photo shoot I did. So you can see in the background there is the sun coming through. It's about sunset time, and I'm going to turn the camera around, and you can see the shadows that are being cast. Let me come out a little bit further. So this is the wide angle with my camera here, so I'm going to turn this way. So that is the sun setting over there. And what I did is I have my, this would be my Trio 28, and it's on the sweet setting. And then I've got this little skeleton. And again, let me come wide angle again and show there was some really fun shadows. So I wanted to show how I use both backlit, and again, as I turn around, you can see the sun setting over there. So I used backlit, and I used this bush to create some really fun captures. Another thing I'm super excited to share this year is a styled shoot that I got to do with my very best friend. We had a couple of different concepts, different costumes and ideas that we kind of threw together. And I can't wait for you to see how I utilized a couple of different lights, Omni wands,
and we moved around her house and got so many different looks. And that is really something that has just stolen my heart with Lensbaby, is the genuine versatility of these lenses. And I know that I probably sound like a broken record, but one thing that I want to show is if you open wide. So if you're gonna shoot at an f2.5 with the edge or the soft focus, you're going to have more of the effect. If you stop it down a little bit more, shoot around f5.6 or f8, sometimes f4, you're going to minimize the effect. And then also if you've got the creative aperture discs, that will reduce the effect a little bit as well. So I'm gonna show you how I utilized each of those concepts. You'll be able to see me using some Omni wands to, again, add that extra something to the frame. We had such a great time. It is one of my favorite shoots that I've ever done. But what I really hope it shows is how you genuinely can use Lensbaby and light to create such stunning and unique images. I really hope you enjoy. And again, thank you so much for being here with us. Okay, so what we have here is I am using my Edge 80. And as you can see, I've got a big Godox Octabox right here. And then if I move this way, let's see if it comes with me. I've also got some, I've got an ice light that's reflecting off of an umbrella to give some backlight here. I've got my beautiful model and best friend, Bridget. And this is a style shoot that we're doing. And so what I am doing here is really trying to utilize some diffused light. And again, let me come over here so you can see this octopus. So this is a 42-inch octabox that I've got right here. And we are utilizing this light to get some great catch lights and to get some portraiture. So I am going to, again, I've got my Edge 80. My settings right now, this is on 2.8. I am using 125 and ISO of 100. So let's, I'm gonna come this way a little bit. And when I focus, let's see if I can show you guys, I don't know if you can see here, when I am focusing on her, let's see if I can do this. It turns red where the focal point is. And so I also use focus magnifier where I zoom in, and I really want to make sure that exactly what I want in focus is in focus. So I've got her sunglasses in focus. I will do another, and let me just see if I can come here. And this is the beautiful portraiture. So what I love about Lensbaby is you really can utilize so many different lighting options, and you really can get some beautiful portraits. You can also use backlight, and so that is what I wanted to show you guys. What I've done now is I've switched to the Edge. I just did the Edge 35, now I'm gonna do the Edge 50, so if you wanna sit down again. And what we're gonna do is I've got her leaning against the wall, and again, I've got some side light, and I've got the big octabox, and what I'm doing is using my focus peaking and focus magnifier and really trying to accentuate her features.
So when we were done with that first outfit, she went and changed into the next one, and we rearranged and regrouped and came back and really worked through the next scene. And I switched through a lot of lenses. You can see me kind of chatting with her, going back and forth. I grabbed the Twist 60. I love how quick and easy it is to switch these optics with the Composer Pro 2. So I brought, my big kit and swapped back and forth between all the different lenses to try to get a variety of different options from this scene. You'll notice as I'm going through, I did switch, as I said, multiple times between a bunch of different optics, but the soft focus 2 turned out great for this outfit because it had that very vintage feel, gave that softness, that beautiful portrait, and so I have included that right after this, but I really loved the effect that the soft focus had with this particular outfit. Next, we moved downstairs, and this is when I captured, I think, one of my favorite images from the entire session. I used my Lensbaby Omni wands. You can see me kind of moving them around, going back and forth, chatting with her a little bit about it. And I slowed it down here because I really wanted to point out that one of the most important things, and I'm going to credit Lindsay Davis with this, she was the first person that I heard say this, is when you are using Omni wands, you have to go slow. What I was doing here, kind of getting her set up, getting her positioned in the way I wanted. You can see me using my left hand to set my focus first. And then I take the Omni wand and I am moving it very subtly and very slowly, and really trying to see what it is adding to the frame. I go and move it to another side of the frame, so now it's kind of at the bottom. You also have to hold them very close to the lens. That is so helpful. And I have found that I like the effect better when I'm open wide. I think here I was at 2.5 or 2.8, but really moving slow, holding the Omni close to the lens. Just really, this is, I will add at the end of this, my favorite image that I captured. I think it's my favorite from the entire scene. The last scene we did was very 1920s kind of speakeasy feel with flapper. I moved my octabox around quite a bit because I wanted to get light on different sides, throw some different shadows. I did use the Omni a bit for this scene. I used the soft focus, I used the Edge 80, the Edge 35 for the full length, and I will include those at the end of this. So this is one of my very favorite photos captured during the styled shoot that we did. And I wanted to show, as I mentioned in the video before, you could see me using the Omni wands. And what I did was I love the way that this captured the bokeh. It was picking up, I believe, some of the sequins from her dress. And so it added just this beautiful, it almost looks like an overlay, but it was done in camera with the Omni wand. And so I wanted to take you start to finish through how I would edit this. And so normally what I would do is I've got it, I open it in Lightroom first. And what I would do is go ahead and take it over into Photoshop before I do anything in Lightroom. And let's see, it might take a minute for Photoshop to pull it up here. So I apologize for the delay. Okay, so I've got it loaded into Photoshop. And what I'm going to do is I've got a couple of presets that I like to play around with. This first one adds a little bit of contrast and it lightens it. I don't think that I want to lighten it, but I do like the contrast that it adds. And I might just reduce that a tiny bit. A very subtle edit there. So I'm going to go ahead and flatten that. And then what I like to do is I will apply one more. This is an adjusted action that I have. And again, that one sometimes pulls it up a little bit more than I would like. So I am just, again, making some subtle adjustments here. And I think I am going to reduce this just a little bit, maybe a little bit more here. So what you can see is these were, again, very, very subtle adjustments that I made here. And so now what I will do is flatten that. I also think that I'm going to duplicate my background here because there are a few stray hairs. And so what I like to do is I will come in here and I am just going to do a quick edit here to show how I would clean up these strays. So I've sped this video up for the sake of time, but what I started with was the quick healing tool, and I actually then changed over to a clone stamp because that seemed to work better, and I go back and forth between the two. But I'm trying to clean up all of the flyaways that were kind of to my right of her barrette, and just really trying to clean up the back of the scene. I will actually change the size of my brush, and I try to grab from different parts of the background so that it doesn't look inauthentic. And so I go through and I am really, pulling from different parts of the background and just trying to clean up some of these flyaways and make it look a little more polished. So like I mentioned, this is where I increase the size and opacity of the brush to go back through and smooth it all out in the background. Okay, so when I hide the layer, what you can see is just how I cleaned up. And again, this is for the sake of showing how I would edit this image, so it's going to be a little less intricate than what I would normally do. And I might come in up here and again just do a clone stamp, make it a little bit smaller, grab from, somewhere over here, make sure my opacity is 100%, and just kind of smooth out some of these hairs as well. Okay, and so for the sake of time, again, you can kind of see a before and after here. So then what I'm going to go ahead and do, I'm going to be a little particular here and just, okay, and then I am going to layer, flatten image, and then I will file and save it and bring it back over into our my Lightroom. Okay, so now I have this image back in Lightroom, and you can see this is the original. This is the raw that we started with, and here is now the edit. So again, very subtle differences. What I would go ahead and do now, I do have a couple of presets in here that I like to play with and see, just kind of go through here. What I'd like to do, I do want to kind of pull down the exposure, maybe pull down the highlights just a little bit, kind of play around with this. I also want to, let's see here, I'm going to try this orange luminance a little bit. I do want to pull up where it is clipped in the blacks. Maybe want to pull the whites down just a tiny bit. And again, I am just, playing around. You can see bringing a little bit of that detail back in here. And again, we'll go back to the original and to here. I'm going to pull down the saturation. I do, let's see here. I think I am going to add a quick brush. And maybe soften the skin just a little bit. I also think what I might do is add a, just see what I can do with some catch lights in the eyes. So you can see, again, very subtle differences here between what I started with and where I'm taking it. Again, that is the original. This is, and I just love what the Omni added here. And I might do a few subtle things in here. I think I might pull the highlights up a tiny bit again, and I think that is what I would do for this edit. So that's it for me. I hope this presentation was at least moderately informative, and I hope you can walk away with at least one or two things to encourage you on your photography journey. And I did want to discuss just some key points. The first being study the light around you. If you've got an east-west facing home, you know that you're going to have, maybe some harsher light coming through if you've got windows on those sides. If you've got north or south facing windows, you're going to have a little bit more diffused, maybe some softer light. So really study your surroundings if you have a chance, and always have a camera nearby. I can't tell you how many times I stop what we're doing and say, girls, stay still for 1 second, or hold that pose. I'm going to grab my camera, look at the light. And so as you train your eye to just kind of notice those things around you, you can have so much fun with it. Another tip I would love to encourage is don't be afraid to step outside of your comfort zone. Some of the most fun I have had is doing things that I am not necessarily used to doing, trying new things. And I think that we can find ourselves just comfortable, right? Know what we like to do and kind of go with that. And I think that some really extraordinary things can happen if you push yourself and push your creativity. And along with that, I just want to say, don't be afraid to experiment. I really love that, as I've said, Lensbaby has provided me with the opportunity to play, to have fun, to create for me, and to really expand beyond anything I thought that I would be doing, and I am eternally grateful. So I really hope that encourages you. I am also always ready to connect, so please feel free to reach out. I'll put all my handly stuff at the end of this. You could shoot me an email if you ever want to just chat photography, or if I can answer any questions. So thank you again so much. It was an honor to be here, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
My name is Ute Reichhorn, and I'm a landscape photographer. Ever since I was a little girl, I wanted to travel the world. Later, when it was time to find a profession, I added a second dream, becoming a journalist. In my mind, I was writing stories with words about my travels and my adventures. I would inform people about exotic landscapes and lifestyles. A part of my dream became true, and I started traveling around the world. The second half of my dream, to become a journalist, stayed a dream. Instead of working at a desk while writing down all my stories, I became a mother, and writing became a faint memory. While living in exotic places like Korea, Brazil, and finally the US, I still got to play with words, but in a very different way. I had to learn new languages. And so I started reading in Hangul, dreaming in Portuguese, and eventually video making in English. The more I learned, the more aware I became of one thing that I couldn't control, my accent. The more I tried to hide it, the more my tongue started to tumble over words. Now, you may wonder what that has to do with photography, especially landscape photography. My answer is a lot. Because this accent that I tried to lose for many years never left me. But at one point I realized this isn't a bad thing. It isn't something I need to fight. Au contraire, it's a part of me. Not only is it a part of me, it's what makes me unique, and it's a beautiful part of me. And this lesson of accepting myself the way I am led to a lot of freedom in my photography. I applied this acceptance of who I am to my art and looked for tools that allowed me to express myself the way I want, the way I need to. In 2012, I picked up my first camera. In 2016, my first Lensbaby lens. The playfulness of these manual lenses and colorful foils, the prisms, are my favorite tools to express my unique vision. But instead of telling you more about my why and how I learned all this, I will now take you on a journey and show you how I tell my stories in pictures.
Also known as California Lover, and I am a Lensbaby enthusiast and landscape photographer. Today I want to talk about landscapes and why shoot landscapes. I discovered landscape photography during COVID. Like everyone else, I was restricted to staying at the same location, and for a while I was really worried about my photography because I couldn't travel anymore, and I felt like, where will I find inspiration? So I couldn't give up being a photographer, so I decided to just take advantage of what I have, and that was my neighborhood because that was safe. So in my case, that's the beautiful beaches that we have in California. In your case, that might be something else. But it's not about the landscape itself, it's more about the passion that I developed during that time when I exclusively shot one genre that I want to talk about today. So I found out the longer I went to the same place, the more in love I fell with that place, and the more intimate my pictures became. So a little bit like getting to know a person and getting to know all those layers. The longer you know a person, that same thing happened with my landscapes. And when I talk about landscape photography, I want to raise awareness for the importance of being somewhere and looking at a landscape with a deep love, you know, how important it is to arrive, to spend time, to look around, and not just raise your camera, click, 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 but to actually spend time with this landscape. So what I did is I went to the same beach for like weeks and months. And in the beginning, I was really worried because I was so used to traveling to beautiful locations, and I thought, oh my God, this is the same thing over and over again. How many pictures can I shoot out of one landscape? Turns out there is no limitation. The longer I stayed and the more time I spent with one landscape, the more I started seeing things, the more I started being able to show that in my pictures. And I realized just by maybe changing the viewpoint, or maybe changing a lens, or adding some kind of filters or prisms to my camera, I could change the outcome of the picture. So what I want to bring across today is, don't feel bad if you can't travel. Don't feel like you cannot become a landscape photographer because you cannot travel. It's not about the landscape and the traveling, it's really about how you approach this. And I want to share some tips and tricks today that I found out over time and that helped me to get away from what I saw with my naked eye to the kind of dreamy landscapes that I fell in love with and that I am known now for. So my username California Lover wasn't a coincidence. I moved here, and first I felt like it's not the right place for me, but then at one point I decided I want this to be the right place. So I actively went to all these locations, and it was a conscious choice to say I want to love what I have. And I think the biggest tip for you guys is try that. You know, no matter what you have, be open for the possibilities and believe in it. And I think just like I did, you will realize that landscape photography is a very calming hobby. There is some meditative process involved where you can find peace of mind, and you can tell that your soul starts to calm down, and all that is so beautiful that I cannot recommend it highly enough. In the end, landscapes are like people. You know, it's like a face that you study. It's like a character that you need to get to know before you can show who they are. You cannot just click and show the true personality. You really need to get to know a person, and that is also true for landscapes. You need to allow yourself time with a landscape and see it at different times of the day, see it at different times during the year. What I learned is a landscape is very much like a person. It never looks the same, and it has its moods, like its dark moments and its sunny days, and that is super interesting. And I hope that I can invite you to try that too. Okay, so when you are at a beautiful place and you look at it, it can sometimes be very overwhelming to understand what it is that you see and what it is that you need to picture. So what I recommend to do in that case is to just take a breath. That's how I start. I typically just hang out a little while and I look around and I'm like, oh, that's beautiful. I like the way the cliff falls off and the tree. The way the sun is coming through the palm trees here is extraordinary. And then I turn around, so I know, okay, if I shoot that way, I would shoot against the sun. I probably get silhouettes, and I can work with my Omni filters, which I love because it will introduce a lot of color. And then once I have that shot, I continue to move and see what else. And now we have more palm trees over there, but see how the light changes, and that will be a very different mood. Plus we have people in the picture that are coming home from a long day at the beach. Very cute. And then I guess here I'm just happy with the way the Edge 35 works for me. So I also often look for shadows, in this case coming from the palm trees, as leading lines, and see how I can use those. If I want to do that, I would change my viewpoint and try to shoot and be a little lower to the ground. So that's one thing that is really important, to play with your view level. There is a certain beauty in the standard shot that you get when you raise your camera and you shoot from eye level, but I always try to get something that is a little more interesting. So the thing that you get when you shoot from eye level is what I call the safety shot. You need that, it's your first shot, and then you have that. But then I always think, what would I get if I go low to the ground? Can I get details in the sand? Can I get details in the water? Speaking about it, let's go to the water. So that changes everything. Just lowering your camera to the floor can change the way you frame an image, but also be very surprising for people who look at your pictures later on. Very cool. Can you do me a favor? Can you run here for me? I need the subject in my picture. Yeah, cool. Yes. Just can you run? No, yes, thank you. And come back. Come back. Can you come back? It's so funny. Can you run towards me? Woohoo! She's funny. Oh, thank you. Another way to spice up your landscape photography is very simple. I discovered double exposures, and that is a lot of fun to just play with different angles and to marry them in one picture. So most cameras have a simple setting to make that possible, and it's an easy way to change a picture that you have seen over and over again into something that is a little unfamiliar. Talk about the right focal length for landscape photographers. Typically, wide angles do well. If you want to, you can also work with telephoto lenses to get something really close. But my personal experience is the lens that you have with you is the right one. It really doesn't matter in the bigger picture, because you can shoot a beautiful landscape with a wide angle, with a very narrow angle, you can get beautiful details. That really doesn't bother me. But what I have learned, just like what I said before about landscapes, how they are a little like people, and they have their own personality, and you need to get to know them. That's also true for lenses. Spend time with a lens. So I really love to shoot my Edge 35, which is not a typical focal length for landscapes, but I made it mine, and I love the effect, how I can decide where the focus sits. Like when we look at that landscape over there, I want to shoot that now. I can decide to have the focus, be it on a bird that doesn't show right now, or let's say on the people right there. And I love that about the lens, and then I can let fall everything else out of focus. And that is so playful and gives me so many opportunities, and it gives me also a lot of joy. And that is also something that I learned during COVID, while I restricted my photography to beach photography, that the longer I did the same thing with the same lens, the more intuitive my process became. And I stopped thinking and worrying about, is this the right setting? Is this the right ISO? And the more intuitive my process became, the more natural my pictures. And while I love my Edge 35, I also love a lot of diversity in my photography, because I do get bored. And since I was stuck to the same landscape, I at least wanted to play with my lenses. So another thing that I fell in love with while exploring all this was a very simple wide angle lens. This is a 18mm lens, and I pair that with all my Omni filters. And what I love about it is it's so small, and the effect of the filters is just gorgeous. So no matter if you have a, if you're shooting with a phone, with a big camera or a small camera, that really doesn't matter. What matters is that you are familiar with your gear. You're so familiar that you allow yourself to play, and that will create results that will make a big difference to the normal just point and shoot click landscape picture. Introduce color, and my favorite way to do that is with these Omni film filters. It's just feels very film-like, and that is something I can never get enough of. Also, I'm fascinated by how much a simple foil like this can change the outcome of your picture. Last but not least, my absolute favorite, these glass prisms from Lensbaby Omni filters. I love to play with those, catch the light, change colors. They are super easy to use and do all kind of things. And I think the stretch glass is by far my favorite because it is so simple to use and can change the picture, like turn it from an average landscape into something really special. And that is something I can probably never get enough of. Oh, this is gorgeous. Love it. Oh, so pretty. And you can get like endless pictures that are mesmerizing, poetic, just by turning the piece of glass a little, depending on if you want to work with the curved side, with the reflective side. Yeah, this is so much fun. Oh my goodness, this is great. Love it. I'm not even sure if I like the stretch glass or this thing here more, because the colors that this introduces are just cool. So cool. It's like a kaleidoscope. And then if you want to try something really cool, oh my god, just overlay the effects, you know, do a double exposure and work with all the prisms. Fantastic. I love it. Well, as you can tell, I think by now everyone knows it. I really love landscape photography, and I hope I raised awareness and made you want to grab your camera and go out and shoot your own landscapes. Share them with me. I'm available on Instagram, California Lover. I also run workshops where you can learn more about all these tips and tricks. And this has been a lot of fun, and I cannot wait to see you soon in class.
time to unbox our first optic swap lens. Now this is a standalone lens, but it's also an optic swap lens, and we're going to do 3 of those before we get full force into the optic swap system. This has a little pull tab here, so I'm going to use a tool to get that out. This is our, there we go. Don't want to destroy a perfectly good box. This is the Twist 60, and it is coming in a fixed body. This is an SLR fixed body, so it's shorter than the mirrorless fixed body. But what that does is it allows you to point your Twist 60 straight ahead. And the Twist 60 benefits from being pointed straight ahead because it has swirl. So as your background, depending on your subject matter and where you're focused on that subject matter and the detail in your background, you're not going to see any swirl behind me if we're shooting through a Twist 60 because there's no detail back here. But depending on that distance and the detail in the background, you can get swirl that's just affecting the background, does not affect the foreground. The Twist 60 is a 2.5 millimeter f2.5 lens at its maximum aperture, and it stops down to f22, and the swirl goes away. So in the same sense that as you stop down a velvet lens and the effect goes away as you stop it down more and more, it becomes more like a normal lens. The same is true of the Twist 60. So I can stop this down to f8 and just have a beautiful prime lens. It'll have some focus vignetting in the corners and on the ends. But for the most part, this just looks like a great classic lens without the swirl as it's stopped down. But wide open at f2.5, you can have, again, depending on your subject focus and the detail in the background and how far the background is from your subject matter, you can have swirl. Okay, my tip for using the Twist 60 is that if you turn and look at your background, so what's behind you is a bunch of trees, there's mottled light coming through the trees, so all these little points of light, that's a really ideal situation for the Twist 60. I'm going to focus this lens. Whoops, I should probably take off. Oh, I was at f22. So I am going to focus this lens on the background, not on the subject matter. So when I'm back here, I'm maximizing my swirl exactly where I want it to be because it varies it quite a bit. You can get rid of the swirl when you're focused on the background. If you're focused in front, you get more and more, and then it gets to its ideal amount, and then it gets less and less. So I'm going to find exactly where that focus point is that I'm not focusing on just by determining the background swirl. After I've done that, now that's essentially, those trees are essentially, if they're more than 20 feet away, they're essentially at infinity. So I don't really need to worry about moving closer or further away from them to some extent. But I will put my subject matter in front of my camera without touching my focus mechanism. So I just leave the focus so that I'm maximizing the swirl in the background. I'm now bringing my subject matter into the actual focus of the lens so that I'm going to have the maximum amount, or whatever amount you want, of swirl in the background. And so you may be 36 inches from your subject matter when you've got the maximum amount of swirl back there, and so you have to think about your subject matter. Okay, what do I do? Maybe you do need to move closer to the background, so you're down to 10 feet because you want to be 2 feet from your subject matter, not 3 feet. And so those are the kind of things that can help you maximize the swirl in the Twist 60, and it'll allow you to get that really great effect. I would encourage you, if you want more swirl, to shoot wide open and put your subject in the center. It has a nice big sweet spot of focus, and you know the focus vignette goes out to the edge at the focus plane, but you can get a good percentage in the center, even wide open, compared with our sweet spot lenses especially. And then so focus on the background, or defocus the background until you have the right amount of swirl. Put your subject in focus wherever your lens is focused. So that's my twist and my twist tip. So Moving on, our next standalone lens is the Spark 2.0. The Spark 2.0 comes in this two-piece box, and it is in here with it's got a lens cap on. Of course, they all have lens caps. And I'll pull this guy out. And there we go. So this also Nikon mount. And this is the Spark 2.0. So it comes with the Sweet 50. Now all these lenses come in all current mirrorless and SLR mounts. So you can make them work for you, whatever system you have. I will say that the new mirrorless systems have a huge advantage in terms of being able to zoom in on your subject matter, not necessarily with this particular lens, but when you're manual focusing, being able to zoom in. You can do that on live view on the newer SLRs as well. I'm dating myself. I used quite a few SLRs that did not have live view, but anyhow, that's a thing of the past. The Spark 2.0 comes with an optic. Now I'm going to show you what those optics are in a little bit, but they are interchangeable, and that the optic on this is a 50 millimeter. It's the Sweet 50 f2.5. You focus the Spark by squeezing. You move your sweet spot around by tilting. So the first and most important tip that I've got for you with the Spark and Spark 2.0 is that you want to pull all the way flat. After you've found the focus in the center by letting go and relaxing your grip, that's where you need to be looking for your sweet spot. Is you let straight out and your sweet spot comes in sharp focus in the middle of the lens. That's the easiest way to focus a sweet spot lens, is looking in the center. Our eyes are looking generally at the center of the image while we're manual focusing anyhow, so just give them what they want. They want focus in the center. Don't tilt at first. Only after you've had some success in putting your sweet spot in the center, finding that spot. So essentially I'm just going to be shooting as I focus. So every image is its own creation, and it's not repeatable. That's the beauty of this. This is a dance. When this works, I'm getting chills just thinking about it, because when this works and you are in that flow state with your subject matter, with your lens, there's so many things moving, especially if your subject is moving. If you're shooting kids or dogs or sports and you're using the Spark and you're shooting off motor drive bursts and getting this to work for you, those are great ways to learn and get into that flow state and get into that place where, hey, this lined up with this, lined up with this, and it made the image that I envisioned in the first place. When you're shooting with a brand new Lensbaby, you might not have a vision for what you can do with it. I would go out and spend some time. I'm telling you one technique to employ, which is pull straight back. Do not tilt at first, and let straight out, and you'll see that sweet spot in the center. But you're gonna get intuitive with this. You're gonna find a way to make this crazy lens, which is based on the innovation that I had for putting a lens on the end of a piece of shop vac hose, and in 2004 we introduced that to the world as an actual way to focus a lens, and that was the foundation for this company. So there is something here. It's not just hard, it's actually magic when you make it work. So go spend some time with it. This is an inexpensive lens, and it works with all of our optics. Okay, so that is the Spark 2.0. We'll move on to the next lens. Next lens I have is the Composer Pro 2. This also has the Sweet 50 in it, and you can buy it with pretty much any of our optics. And we've got a similar setup here to the Spark 2.0, where it's just suspended here in this little insert. And yeah, it's a whole lens, so we're going to put it in place of what would be my Nikon lens on my Nikon camera body. The main difference here between the the lens body, which is what we call the Composer Pro 2, and the Spark and the fixed body that you saw the Twist 60 get in, but I'm getting ahead of myself, is that this one will tilt and stay put. So I can find the exact amount of tilt that I want for my lens, and the lens is made up of the lens body and the optic. And once I've found that, I can then focus, and this is a much easier way to find your sweet spot when it's off center with the Composer. And so that is my tip. It is back focus, wide open. I want you to focus at the ground all the way in. So you just take this lens all the way in toward the sensor. So you're making it as short as possible. Look down at the grass, look down at a gravel road, look down at the concrete, look down at something with some texture to it. And what you're going to see is you're going to see a halo of focus, and the center of that halo is the area that you can make as sharp as possible. After you've found your halo, let's just say you're tilted off to the right, my right, your left, and this is, I'm focused all the way back in. It does focus back past infinity, so potentially you could look up at some trees, but I find it's best if I can find, a contrasty subject matter that is closer, like the ground, or a fence, like a chain link fence is a great way to do it. And focus all the way in, and you'll see that halo of focus, because what's happening is that our sweet spot lenses they have a curved field of focus. So you're looking into this, so if it's coming from you, that curve, it would be going through my face and then back up here. So it would be focused close up here, further away right here, and close again on the side and that side would be in a circle. So you can make a donut of focus. I'm going to tilt. I'm going to back focus on something close enough that I can create a donut of focus, and I'm going to pay attention to where the center of that donut is, the most out of focus spot in the center of that circle is, not change my tilt, and then I'm going to put a subject matter right in that spot in my viewfinder, and I'm going to focus on them. I can zoom in on live view or in my mirrorless camera and on that one spot if I want, and say, hey, this is the spot that I'm looking for to be as sharp as possible, because this is where I tilted it. I haven't moved it. The center of that donut was right there, and that's how it works. So that's my tip for finding your sweet spot when you're off center. You can also do that on the Spark, but the Spark is constantly moving, but it'll give you you can look down at the ground, squeeze it toward you, say, yes, I am focused in the center. My fingers are allowing this to go parallel. It's just a really good touch point to say, look for the donut, look for the center of the donut. And if you're shooting with the Composer, that center won't move, and your potential sharpest area of your image won't move until you do this, and you move it into another position. The only reason that you would tilt a sweet spot lens is to move your sweet spot around. You can control the amount, the size of your sweet spot with your aperture. So with all Lensbaby lenses, aperture is mainly for effect control, not for light control, not for depth of field control. Although it's related to depth of field because that curved depth of field gets thicker, and therefore you get a bigger sweet spot. You should be thinking about this as, okay, at f2.5, I have a tiny little sweet spot. At f16, 22, I have a huge sweet spot. So I have a very subtle effect at f22. And in between, I can go from that tiny sweet spot to the super subtle and pick exactly the size of sweet spot that I want. So it's all about effect, and the optic swap system has multiple effects. I've gone over two of them so far. We did the Sweet 50 twice, and we did the Twist 60. And I think it's time to talk about the optic swap. So the Sweet 50, so I'm going to unbox next the various optics that go into our various lens bodies. What I have here is the Composer Pro 2 with the Sweet 50 optic. I just took that into two pieces. So it's no longer a lens. Like combined, an optic and a lens body we consider to be a lens. Just like a velvet, just like your other manual focus lenses or non-manual focus lenses, although none of ours are autofocus. It makes a complete lens when those two are combined. So I've got the Sweet 50, an optic. I have the Composer Pro 2, which is the tilt and focus mechanism. And when nothing's in there, there is no optic. This will not focus light if you don't have an optic in there. And this has no way, the optic over here, has no way to mount to your camera without a lens body. Now I showed you 3 lens bodies. I'm going to try and hold all 3 up here. We've got, the first one I showed you was the fixed body. That does not allow for any tilting, and it has a precision focus mechanism, so it stays wherever you want it to be focused like a normal manual focus lens. The next was our flexible, my boxes are starting to fall, too many. Okay, the next was our flexible bodied lens body, and that is the Spark 2.0. And with this one, it doesn't stay where it's put. If you're focused, if you want to focus at minimum focus or at the relaxed focus and do macro there, that's great. And I know quite a few photographers that will do that. So in that sense, it'll stay in one position. And you can use macro accessories that we'll talk about to change that focus. But if you want to move your sweet spot off center, you're still going to need to tilt. And this works with this lens body. Again, there's no optics in there. This lens body works with all of our optics. And then the last lens body here is the Composer Pro 2, our most recent Composer version, and that allows you to use all of our optics. They tilt if you want them tilted, and you can point it straight ahead and it'll stay there. I do want to show you one thing about this though. In addition to my donut of focus tip, there is a hidden feature that some people don't know about, is that this second ring, the first ring is the focus ring, or the bright ring at the front that's got the knurls on it. The next ring is a tensioner. You can see we can easily flop this all around when it is loose. And if you want the tension on your ball to be somewhere in the middle, turn this guy. Turn this second one that's right on the mount until you have the right amount of tension. You're not going to break anything by forcing it when it's really tight, as far as forcing your tilt, but you can eyeball it straight ahead and say, okay, that is pretty much straight ahead for my twist or my soft focus 2, which we'll come to in a little bit, and then just really reef that down. That's that bottom knurl, the silver knurl there. So those are the 3 lens bodies. The Twist 60 in the fixed body is what I showed you. The Sweet 50 in the Spark 2.0, and then the Sweet 50 in the Composer Pro 2.
Hi guys, I'm Holly Jakins, a photographer based out of Ontario, Canada. I'm a Lensbaby ambassador and a mentor through Hello Storyteller. Today, I would like to talk to you and show you a behind the scenes of how I use my Lensbabies to create food photography. Now, before I was introduced to Lensbaby, I would use a regular 50mm or 100mm for my food photos. but since I've started using Lensbaby, I'm absolutely in love with my results that I get with my Velvet 56. So that has become my go-to for all of my food photography and flat lay images. Now, if you're familiar with the Velvet 56, or if you're unfamiliar with it, it's a beautiful lens. It can have tack sharp focus, and as you go towards the edges of your frame, it's a beautiful, just soft blur, but it's extremely subtle. So it really does well for this type of imagery. Now, this is my setup typically for food photography. If you're new to food photography and you have some Lensbabies and you want to try this out, just find a window in your home. If you have a big window from floor to ceiling, you can set up your food photography on the floor, which gives you more room to work, especially if you don't have a tripod. But if you don't have a large window, just take a table, it doesn't have to be this large, whatever you have, and put it up close to a window. And depending on how harsh the light is coming in, you're going to want to move your table away, or have just a soft curtain that you can diffuse the light if it's harsh light coming in. Now today, for this behind the scenes, it's quite cloudy and miserable outside, so I don't have to, excuse me, I just have to get my cat who's got in the way here. There we go. So it's a cloudy day, so I don't have to worry about diffusing the light. In fact, I need as much light as I can get to get a good photo. So on a day like today, when it's cloudy and miserable out, to get this photo, I'm going to up my ISO. So normally I work probably between, on a sunny day it would be ISO 100, and on a really cloudy day with very little light coming in, I'm going to bump it probably up to 1600. Now, when working with food photography, especially traditional food photography, typically you're going to want your whole image here to be in focus. Now, for that type of an image, I'm going to go as a minimum of f5.6 on my Velvet 56, and then you can go upwards to get all of your image in focus here. Now, if it's a not as sunny day, you're going to want to have that on a tripod, because you're probably not going to be able to hold it steady enough to get a really in focus tack sharp image. Now, that's for traditional food photography, but with Lensbaby, play. It doesn't have to be what other people are doing or what you typically see in a food magazine. Let your creativity run wild. Lensbaby lenses are perfect if you want to do images that are outside of the box. So for my more traditional food photography, I like to use my Velvet 56, but I will often go at f5.6, which is not going to get everything in focus. It's going to get definitely my main circle of focus, and then it's going to move out and it's going to get a little bit less sharp, and that's my personal preference. Now, I also will do food photography that's just fun and different, and for that, I will use different lenses. I've got a couple out here today to show you, and I'll show you some examples. So this is my Composer Pro, and in here I have my Soft Focus 2 in here. Now, the Soft Focus 2 is a super fun lens, and I like to work with it at about f8. And then if you want a really glowy image, you can go down to f4. So that's the kind of range I like to work with. If you're doing food photography, the f4 is going to be very different. It's going to have this really soft, gorgeous glow, but underneath that beautiful glow, you're going to still have that sharp focus. So it's really fun to work with. Another lens that I love for food photography is using the Sol 45, and this is an excellent lens if you're new to Lensbaby and you don't have much experience working with manual focus. This was actually my first Lensbaby, and you can get tack sharp focus, and then it goes out to just this beautiful blur. And if you're shooting like outdoors, not food photography, you can get this incredible bokeh when the sun comes. But for food photography, I love it because I can just say I'm doing this photo here. I can get this cookie tack sharp focus, and then all around it, it just blurs out into this incredible blur. So this is a fun one if you want to do something completely different, and it has the tilt, so you can tilt around and get different effects and different blur as you're tilting. So I will put this on later and show you how I would work with this. And then something totally different and super unique is working with one of the optics in the Spark 2.0 hosing. And for that, you just hold it like this and you twist around for your focus, and it creates just really neat, totally different images. This is a harder lens to work with, as I find anyways, because you're just relying on your eye and your hand movement here to get your focus. But it's super fun, especially if you've got lights. So maybe not for food photography, but just say at Christmas time, if you're want to get like a really fun Christmas tree photo and you have the Spark, pull it out because you're going to get some incredible bokeh. It's really fun. So back to food photography. If you want to take a look, I've set up an image here, and I've used color theory here so that my images will pop, and I'll actually add to this video. I go on Canva and I use the color calculator, and I pick a color that I know I want to work with. So I put in this brown of this cookie, and then I selected what type of images I want to see. Like if I want to do a complementary, that would show me 2 colors. So the one that I went with was the 4 colors. So I put in here this nice brown here, this blue, this purpley color, and this green. And because they go well together, color theory wise, it helps just make the image pop and bring everything together. Now, another important thing about food photography besides color is your styling. If you want to take a look here, I've got different textures going on. And depending on the Lensbaby lens we use, it's gonna pull up those beautiful textures. So I want to get a lot of different textures in here. And then for another important aspect is your styling. And the styling, again, is going to be just whatever you personally like. So I've got in here, because I want a lot of little details, I actually just went outside and got some leaves from my front, some little bowls, a little silver tray here, and then I've organized it for composition. So take a look at how food photos are composed in magazines or on Pinterest if you're unsure. It takes a little bit of time to figure out how to compose a food image, but use the same compositions that you would in other photos. So when you take your image, if you're unsure, lay it all down, take it into Photoshop or Lightroom, and there is an overlay, composition overlay that you can scroll through, and then you can crop your image to apply one of those composition rules. And that's a good way to start. And as you take more images, you'll kind of start to see and remember where you should put these, put your props down composition wise. So if you want to just take a quick look here, I can just show you, here's my main image here. I mean, my main focus is going to be these cookies. So then I've got like my blankets here coming in like a circular around it to frame it. And then I've got this honey stick here going upwards towards it. Same thing, I want all of my to go towards the cookies because they're the focus. So have like lines kind of going in so the eye will follow in towards your main focus. So one last thing before we start taking the pictures is I want to mention a tripod. If you don't have a tripod with an arm like this, it's not a big deal. Just put your setting on the ground and go over top of it. I will often do that if I don't have time to set up this whole setup here. But if you're thinking about getting into food photography, I would highly suggest getting a tripod here with an articulated arm so you can set your camera up with your lens right over top of your food, get it all set up, and then you can make micro adjustments to your food, but you have everything set up here. It's a lot easier than having to deal with your camera, making sure you're straight, getting everything organized, and then go back to your camera. So this takes a lot of the little work out for you. And then with food photography as well, you want to make sure that you've got your camera flat. You don't want to have it on an angle because then you're going to get some distortion, and sometimes you don't notice that while you're taking your image, and then when you pull it up on your computer, you notice, oh, it's a little bit on of an angle, and you can correct that in Photoshop and Lightroom, but it's more work. So it's nice to just already have it set up perfectly flat so you get that nice flat image. So let's begin shooting. So here I have if you want to just come in here quickly, you can see I've got my Velvet 56 on here right now, and I'm not sure if you can see here, but I have it set to f5.6 here. And if you want to come over top, you can just see how I've got it set up actually on my screen here. So right now I've got the focus on the little lines in the cookie, and I would turn my focus here until I see in the circle here it sharp. Now, if you have a mirrorless camera, you can set it to focus peaking. I'm not sure if you can tell, but what is in focus shines a little bit red. So it is helpful. If you don't have the focus peaking, then you're just going to want to do it by eye. So sometimes I'll actually just look in and make sure that it's in focus, because with food photography, sometimes the items are really small and you want to make sure that those little details are in focus for the section that you want crisp. And then once it's focused here, I would take a picture. Then you can make little adjustments if you need to. Don't be afraid to change it up. If you look in and you see, oh, this doesn't look that great, change it up. So now I'm looking in because sometimes I find it easier to look through and see my focus. Now, like I said, sometimes I would just take my camera off my tripod if I want different spots. So don't be afraid to just move around and try your best to get your camera flat so you're not shooting on an angle. And right now I'm just moving here, as you can see, around until I see it come in focus, and I have focus peaking, so it will shine a bit red for me. So if you want more in focus, like I said, bump it up to F8, F11, F16 if you want the entire board here in focus. Now I'm going to show you how I would take this setup with some of the different Lensbaby lenses. So now I've changed my lens to the Lensbaby Sol 45, which is such a fun lens to work with. This is going to get you tack sharp focus, and then around is going to be this gorgeous blur. And as you move towards the edges of your frame, it's going to you're going to see more of the blur. Now what I love about this lens is that it stays at f3.5, so you don't have to worry about that, but you've got this tilt. I don't know if you want to come a bit closer. You can just see how it tilts here. So when you're looking through, let's see here. If you want to come over here for a second, you can see in my screen here, I'm just moving it around. If you look towards the top here, you're going to see how when I move it, now this part's more in focus, and when I flip it, this is completely blurry. So you're getting to select where you want that focus and where you want that blur depending on how you tilt this. So this is a really fun lens to work with. It's similar to how the Composer Pro works, how you can use the tilt, except for in this case, it stays permanently at f3.5, so it's a little bit easier. It's one less thing you have to worry about. So I'm just going to take some shots over top, and then I'll attach it to my tripod and show you. So right now I'm figuring out where I want the blur, and then I'm focusing it right here. And once you get what you want in focus, there we go. And then don't forget to keep an eye on your exposure and adjust it if necessary, because the light's going to change. It's getting a little bit brighter now, so I just had to adjust that. Okay, and then don't forget too, when you're doing food photography, you don't have to just always focus on the main thing. You can get some of these details. Now, if you're using this lens and you're finding you're down here and nothing is coming into focus, you're too close. Move up more, and then keep moving around, and then you'll see where you hit the sweet spot and it all comes into focus. Beautiful. Now I'm going to attach this lens to my tripod and just show you how I would use it on my tripod. Okay, so as you can see now, I have my Sol 45 back on my tripod, directly over top of my food. So if you want to just come over here, you can see how I've got it set up here in my screen. So right now I'm focusing, and as you can see, as I move around for focusing, you can see these lines on the cookies coming in focus, and I have the focus peaking on, so it helps. It shines a bit red. So there. And then if I can move my tilt around, as you see, if you check over here, right now it's blurred, but if I go like that, you can see I've moved my tilt in the completely opposite direction, and it's making this other area in focus more. So have fun playing around. You'll see you get lots of fun results when you do that. Okay, so that's the Sol 45, and I'll show you some finished images later in this video. Now let's move on to the Soft Focus 2 in the Composer Pro. If you want to come take a look, you can see here. This is it here, the Soft Focus 2. And like I said, I like to work in a range of f4 to f8 for my images and also for my food photography to get the most of your Soft Focus 2, the nice soft blur, and then the glow more towards the lower end, like f4. So I'm going to attach that lens and show you how I would work with this. So now I have my Soft Focus 2 on my camera. Now it's important to note that if you've got your Soft Focus 2 in your Composer Pro 2, you don't want to have it on a tilt. You want to shoot straight with the Soft Focus 2. It's not meant to tilt. So I've got it set up now, ready to go. So right now I have it set at f8. So that is going to give you a subtle softness on the whole image. Now, if you're doing it handheld, like I'm doing right now, you want to keep an eye on your shutter speed because you don't want it to go too low where you're going to get handshake because those pictures aren't going to turn out. So there was f8. So let's take it down to f4 now so you can see the difference of that glow, that beautiful, unique glow I was talking about. Now, it won't be as easy to tell looking at my screen right now, but you will definitely notice when you see the finished image because the glow is very unique and strong at this point, at this f-stop. Now, working with the soft focus 2, when you go to lower f-stops, it becomes harder to see the focus. So what I'm going to do actually is get it on to my tripod, which then I can get a better look at the focus and magnify it to make sure that it's in focus and I don't have to worry about holding it and keeping it in balance. So let me do that now. Okay, so I have my camera on my tripod now and I've got it set to f4, which is going to have that beautiful glow. So if you want to come take a look at my screen, you can see it a bit better now that I can stand away from it a bit. So I'm going to now I don't know if you can see when I don't have it in focus, you can see that glow. There we go. And I'm going to actually let's see here. Take it down. There, I think that's f2 now, 2.8. You can see it's really glowy. So for food, it probably wouldn't work, but I just wanted to show it to you there. Okay, so that's working with the soft focus 2. And if you wanted less of that overall softness and glow, you could even go higher than f8. For me, that's the kind of like my sweet spot that I like to work within. And lastly, I'm going to show you the Spark 2.0 with the Edge 35 in here, and then show you how I would work with using the tilt here for your focusing. So I'm going to get that on my camera now. So now I have the Spark 2.0 with the Edge 35 on my camera. As you can see, just like I said earlier, you're just twisting around for focus. Now, a couple things I want to mention is the lighting has changed since I began this morning. So I've pulled my table a little bit away from the window, and I've also set my camera bag up here and make this makeshift background here, which I have on an angle to block some of the light coming in because I still want kind of a more moody image here, so I want to control some of that light. So I've just made some adjustments. Now also in doing that, by making this background here, allows me to take, instead of straight down images, it also allows me to take some kind of images at an angle here, which is also a really popular angle for food photography. So I'm going to take some photos and you can see how I would focus with the Spark 2.0 for food photography. Now, again, this one is a little bit harder because what you're doing is you're squeezing and moving. If you want to come a bit closer, you're squeezing and moving until you see focus. So right now the focus peaking is actually really helping me. I'm focusing right on here. And the way that I've set this up, I've changed it a little bit. I put this cookie closer to the edge here. And I want this here to be blurred. And then moving up this in focus and then back here again blurred. So I'm pulling the eye towards my main item here. And this cookie here, which is not going to be in focus with these other details here, is adding depth to your image as well, which is important. So here I go, and again, take a look at your exposure, make sure it's okay. Depending on the light, you may need to adjust your ISO as you're shooting. Do that as you go. Just keep these things in your mind. So right now you can see I'm twisting around and I'm putting a little bit of pressure on here, pulling this part inwards, and that is getting me the focus. And then I'm just, as I pull in, I also twist a tiny bit, just until I see this area in focus and the focus peaking shines a little bit red. Once I see that, I know that area is in focus, and I take my image. And then I'm adjusting my body as well and the angle of the camera to get a nice angle for food. So, as you can see there, that's what you're seeing. That's straight out of camera there. And I would go in and edit that, and I can adjust my composition by cropping as well. So those are some of my favorite lenses for working with food photography. The last thing I want to talk to you about is the Omni filters, which are super fun and just add another creative element to your food photography. I love to go subtle with them. I'll add them to the edges of my frame. I can add blur, I can add reflections, I can add a stretch. I'm gonna go get a couple of those and just show you how I would work with those. Okay, so I've just went and I've got some of my favorite Omni wands here. So this one here, this one here, and this one here. Now, if you're working with the Velvet 56, they bring you, there's a disc that you can attach to your lens with clips, and you can clip them on and move them. You don't have to hand hold them. But if you're working with the other lenses, then you do have to hand hold them. So I didn't put the ring on for this one, but let me just see here. So all I'm doing is kind of adjusting, moving it slightly around the edges of my frame. And as you move it, and as the light hits, you'll get different effects. Like you can get, you know, bokeh, reflections. So this one here will bring in a rainbow effect. Now if you want to just take a look at how I move it around down below, I'm sticking to the edges of my frame because, especially with food photography, I think subtle is best. It just adds a little something extra. Now it's important that if you're doing handheld like I'm doing now, it's a lot easier if you have it on a tripod and you focused first. That will just take some of the pressure off of getting the Omni results and your image, you know, with the perfect focus. So if you do have a tripod and you're doing food photography, and you're using your Omni, I recommend doing that. Otherwise, attach the ring and then you don't have to be worrying so much. You can set exactly where you want these to sit, and it just, with a magnet, attaches and it just stays there. So I'm going to use this one for a few minutes. Same thing, I'm just twisting it around. I suggest for food photography not putting the Omni filter right over top of the main focus of your food, because you're going to not get that focus where you want on the food. So keep I would suggest keeping the food that you want the main focus to be without the Omni filter on top, and sticking to around the edges or around the main food for your Omni results. Now this one is creating different reflections. So I'm getting more cookies than I actually have in the frame here, which is really neat. Let me see if I can, hold on, get you one here so you can see. So there you go, you got cookies here. It's pretty hard to see on my screen, but let me see. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let me get one for you, and then I can show you better. All right, there you go. If you want to take a close-up look at that, that is not actually there. And I moved it around. Sometimes I get them where they're down here. Sometimes I can get like 4, more down there, all around. So again, just keep playing with it until you see the results you like. So I actually decided to put the ring on for you just so you could see the difference. So originally I showed you how I would hand hold the wands to create images using the Omni filters. And now I've just attached this ring. It's just, all you do is spin the ring onto the edge of your Velvet 56 until it's tight. And then down below here is a circle with these little magnets, and you just attach your wands to the magic circles here. And then, like that, you can hear the little click, it's attached. And then you just move the wand around until you get the desired look that you want. So I've attached them here, and then when I look through, I just slightly move it until I see what I like. And again, I'm sticking to the edges, and I'm going subtle here. And I'm just moving it around. Now, as you move it around, you're going to get different results, so play with it. And then just, keep in mind that you need to keep your image also in focus as you move around. Now, you can also, the nice thing about having the ring on is that you can use 2 wands at the same time and get even different looks. So, like this one here is giving me a rainbow look right now. And this one here is just giving me this neat little like blur and some bokeh, which I really like. At the moment, I'm just going to get it to exactly what I like, and then I'll take the image. There we go. Now sometimes the rainbow one here is, too much for food, especially if I want to stick with my colors. So if that's the case, just try a different wand and see the results you get. It's a lot of just trial and error and kind of just playing with it to see what look you like. Now this one, again, is giving me some crazy, really cool reflections. So, why not for fun do some real fun ones? Now, you can see there, you got, that's a reflection, that's not really there, and you got them coming down here too. So it's really neat what you can get with these Omni ones. And they have different sets. So I do have a color one as well, which I do like adding as well. So if you're going with like a monochrome look, you could add a pop of color using your Omni wands. So that kind of sums up my behind the scenes to my food photography that I wanted to share with you today. I used a variety of different Lensbaby lenses. I used the Velvet 56, the Sol 45, the Spark 2.0 with the Edge 35 Optic, and the Composer Pro 2 with the Soft Focus 2. And they're all going to give me different results, beautiful results, but totally different. So again, how you do your food photography is up to you, and the creative possibilities are endless, especially when you have amazing creative tools like Lensbaby lenses. So if you have any questions about my topic today, which was working with Lensbaby lenses to create food photography images, or working with Lensbaby lenses in general. I am a Lensbaby ambassador, and I would love to help you find the lens that would be best for you and the photography that you want to create. So thanks so much for coming and joining. Have a wonderful day.
Talk about technical difficulties. Thank you. The way that the internet works when you do virtual events is you actually have to unmute yourself. And so you'd figure after, what are we, 3 years of Zoom meetings where we're like, can you hear me? I should have known better. All I had to do was unmute myself. That said, my friends, as you may know, earlier in the morning, we had some technical difficulties with Monica's video. We have gotten that fixed, and we are going to air that and play that here for you guys right now after this. While we're queuing that up and getting it ready, please, I would love to know, what is your biggest takeaway from the day? Like, what was like an aha moment or a wow moment or something where you've thought to yourself, I'm going to add this into my repertoire immediately? I'm so curious to know. While we're getting the video ready, post in the comments and let us know. You know, what's really interesting now, this is our 3rd year doing Shoot Extraordinary Conference. We've hosted multiple launch parties, tons of online events, lots of different things. And guys, look, inevitably things will happen in terms of technical issues. Obviously, I just popped on here muted again. And that's just a part of the game. So we appreciate you being patient. Thank you for that. You know, one of the biggest things that I've learned in all the years that we've done this, and for us as a company, is that things are going to happen. That's the name of the game. And I would love to just reiterate one important thing. All of our amazing speakers, they have volunteered their time, their effort, their energy, their resources to come and be a part of this. And so please make sure that you guys go and follow them on social. Please make sure that you connect with them. Please make sure that you reach out to them with any questions that you have and show them some love. We are one day into 3 amazing days. I know depending on where you are and where you're watching this, you might be watching the replay or you might be watching live, but thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being a part of it. Give us just a couple of minutes while we queue up this other video and get this back up and running for you guys, and we will get back into the event. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being patient. It means the world to us. Over the course of the day, we've had thousands of people pop in and out of the event, and we have plenty more for you. So with that said, guys, hang tight, and we will see you here in just a few minutes with Monica's video.
Hi, my name is Monica McLean. I am a family and senior photographer based in Phoenix, Arizona. And today I'm really excited to be here and talk about using Lensbaby at your senior session. For the video that you're going to watch behind the scenes, I am going to talk to you a little bit about, I decided to do 2 sessions to show you how I use Lensbaby. And please keep in mind there is no right or wrong with Lensbaby. You can use any lens that you want. The ones I'm going to show you that I use for these sessions are the ones, I don't want to say my favorite, but maybe what I had in mind for that day and at the location where I was at. For example, with James, which is my male model, and both models are actually real seniors for class of 2023, and this is the first time I get to photograph them for their senior session. So I wanted to make it real for you guys to see that you can use it and it's doable. I actually use Lensbabies on my senior sessions towards the end of the session. So when I know that I got the photos that they want, and then I add the Lensbaby work. And honestly, all of my seniors love them. And why? Because they're different. They are not your typical senior photo. It has glare, it has light, it has color, it has quirky, you know, the bokeh. And I often find that all my seniors really love those photographs. And you know, it's hard for seniors for the sessions because I feel like you have to please 3 people. The mom, possibly grandma, and the senior. So by adding Lensbaby to your work, trust me, they are gonna love them. And you just have to try. You don't have to go, bring all of these Lensbabies to your session and try them all at once. No, I started, one of the things I can suggest is for you to start maybe just with a prime lens. And bring it with your prime lens, maybe you start using Omni ones. Right in front of the lens, just play with it. And that's the beauty of Lensbaby. You get to play, you get to create, and you know that one image won't be the same as the next one, even using the same. So these are some of my favorites. Again, I'm gonna stop saying favorites, but I do love my Lensbaby ones. I use a lot of the crystal ones. I have, this is becoming one of my, the newer one, and I try to put it in there once in a while, but more often now because it has really that gold. And if you have the sunset, it just makes a really cute bokeh and gold glare. And I have another ones here. And again, I have more. I just wanted to show you guys what I use for the session. The eye candy is one of my favorites. And just bring a few. Put them in your pocket. When you see me on the session, doing the sessions, I have a little fanny bag that I use, and then you can pack them all in there. And as you are creating, you start developing what you're seeing and what you wish you had in that session or in that particular frame for the session for the senior, and also get them involved. In my behind the scenes video, you will see sometimes that I show the senior. I want them to know what I'm doing and what I am envisioning, and they will give me also their input. So don't be afraid to use them. And I also know the thing that I have found, by using your Lensbabies, it makes you slow down, and that is not a bad thing actually. That's really good because you get to connect more with your senior and get to know them, and again, get them part of it. They love that, and they feel more confident too as you are, you're working with them. It's a collaboration. So once you're working with them and they're working with you, it's beautiful. You're gonna really enjoy it. So try it out. Start with a prime if you're afraid to bring the manual lens, and see what you think. For my senior session with James, I decided to use, I started with my trio with a sweet side, and the reason I did this is because I really love the trio. And you have 3 lenses in one, although the sweet one is my favorite. And the aperture is 3.5, so you have that aperture already given to you. I don't know, I just find it easy for me. I shoot with a Canon R5, and this is very light for me to have. So usually you'll find this one in my camera bag for sure. And then another one that I use for James, I use the H35 right here with the Composer Pro. So I use the H35, and this lens is so versatile and is loved by many photographers. I find that I don't use it as often because I like more of the sweet bokeh and swirl. Just kind of that, but the edge is beautiful too. So you can definitely, I would say if you're gonna start with a lens for using for seniors, bring the edge. If you have it, you're gonna love it. And I find it's not that difficult to use, so edge is definitely a must. And so it was a trio for James, the H35 for James, and then at the end of the session, I did use the Lensbaby Soul 45. This actually was my first Lensbaby. I started with Lensbaby about 3 years ago. I discovered them through a photograph of Caroline Jensen, and it blew up my mind. I didn't know how she made that, and the swirl and the bokeh, and I was in love with it. So talking with her, she suggested for me to start with the Soul 45, and it was the best thing. Was it easy? No. It definitely has a learning curve, and when I remember the first time I tried it, I was like, this thing is broken. My lens is broken, it's not working, it's out of focus. And once I start practicing, and it's really practicing your eye and seeing that focus, I fell in love with it. I often use the bokeh blades that I have in here, and these are really fun to add extra glare from the light and the sun. So I highly suggest that you use them. Don't be afraid, they're fun. So yeah, okay, with James, so 45 as well. And then I had a female, Miss Tan, and for her, we went to the desert gardens, and you know, desert can be very harsh, but with the girls, they like to be soft, and I like that glow. So I decided to go with Taylor with the Composer Pro, but using my soft focus too. And oh gosh, you guys, I can't wait for you guys to see the video of the behind the scenes, because this lens, it has been one of my favorites as well. I know I wasn't going to say favorite, but it is. And then I went for the Velvet 28 and the 85. Velvets are just beautiful for portraits. And the reason I use the 28, also don't be afraid, they're great for portraits, is because I wanted to get more of the background. I wanted a wider shot, and it just performed beautifully. And then at the end of the session, we went for the Lensbaby 85, and this is where the portrait work and the light in the bokeh and the velvet vibe is just beautiful. So you will see this one a lot in my camera bag too. So usually when I do a senior session, I will bring my Lensbaby 85. I am bringing now the soft focus too for sure, and I'm bringing the Sol or the Trio. Again, there is no right or wrong. I have other Lensbabies, and that doesn't mean that you can't use them for it. I just say give it a try. Try one, bring one to your, and just make yourself at the end of the session to use it and show them. And I promise you, they're gonna love it. All right, so I will let you now see the behind the scenes video. Thank you.
Hi, Monica here, and now we are outdoors, and we are with James, which is very happy, very willingly to be my senior, which he is a senior for class 2023. James.
Hello.
And I have met James since he was a way younger kid, and I am very excited to do his senior session. Well, I am going to start this time. As you can tell, we are at this beautiful place with beautiful reflections and lights and stairs, and we have our sunset, which is going to be coming up on this side. And one of the things that I love about this place is the architecture. For boys especially, I just like how they work with the guys. And for me, the most important thing is the light. So as you can tell, lights on our side. James is lit perfectly from the back, and we have all of this light actually projecting into James' face. So he's gonna have a really nice natural light for him. And I decided to start this time with my trio. Why do I start with my trio? It's one of my easiest to start with, and then just kind of start getting him used to me working with him with the camera. And for me too, because it's easier for me to focus. So let's start. All right, James. So this one is gonna be like looking at me. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna talk about my settings. I should have mentioned that. So right now with the trio and using the Sweet lens, I am at 800, ISO 800, and a shutter speed of 1/800. I am using, as we know, the trio is a 3.5 aperture, so we have that fixed aperture for us, and yeah, you can't really see, but the blues and the lines, everything is really, really nice coming out. Okay, I'm gonna keep going with James. And the trio is making a really nice soft blur around the area. I'm gonna see if we can focus. Is it showing there? Two more steps up. And this time, yeah, you can sit down. And this time both arms you're gonna come forward. Maybe the elbows. Yes, perfect. And you can let one go. One leg go down. Yeah. Yeah. Are you comfortable? Mm-hmm. Okay, give a big smile. Wow, you guys, the light right now is just stunning. I'm getting a little flare from the sun, and it's making this really cool light for him. And let's go all the way this side to this side. Good. Perfect. Well, you're kind of like on the side with your... Yes, love that. So we can use some composition and leading lines. And I love the shadow that is actually producing on James' shirt and face. If you don't mind, I love shadows and I love playing with light. All right, look right back at me. All right, so we're still on the same place. I just changed different directions. We came a little bit more up the stairs, and I'm gonna be using now the rail for James, and I'm gonna using the Lensbaby Omni filter, and then just to give a little bit more of glare, especially because of the lights that we have behind. So awesome, James. And I just kind of wanna work with the leading lines that I have in the front, and that's what I'm using. This Omni filter. You can really use the one that you like best. And then look that way. Oh, you guys. These are so cool. All right, James, can you come forward like this a little bit? And then it's kind of like you're, you know, going to just relax.
So kind of like
yeah, perfect. That's awesome. And you guys, you'll get to see the results, but I'm kind of mimicking the leading light that I have here with this one. And then we have also the lines on the back from him, so you guys get to see it. You're doing so good. I'm gonna have you kind of pull both and then kind of look that way.
Like that one?
Yeah, perfect. One of the things for Lensbabies, when you are doing a senior session, if you have realized I haven't moved, so I'm already focused distance with him, so I don't, unless I move a little bit more back and forward, I will adjust again. But right now I haven't, the focus is perfect because I already set it, and we haven't moved. And now I moved again, so I'm gonna adjust it again. And this time, James gonna come like this, forward. There you go. And then just kind of relax.
Okay.
Well, like you're with your friends, maybe. Are you able to go? No, you're not able to go.
I'm gonna like kind of set on.
What feels comfortable?
Yep.
I like that. Perfect. With guys, I just work with them on what's comfortable for them, because that's what's gonna really work great. using the Swiss cheese, and I'm just trying to bring some glare, gold glare, with the sunshine right now we have. And you just have to practice, and I'm gonna focus again. You are happy, and then you bring some of that. That's awesome, James. James, can you look forward? Yeah, that way. Alright, so we are now all the way up the stairs. As you can tell, this is a gorgeous mirror, and right now because of the sun we have this gorgeous reflection. I am going to use this Omni filter, and I'm just going to bring, if my camera helper don't mind just seeing, so they can see what we have on this side of the place. So I am trying to avoid that and block it. So I am going to try to do it with an Omni filter and still get his reflection. But I actually kind of like also the red because he has red on his shirt. So we're going to try different things here. Thanks, James. And this is just going to bring a really cool bokeh around him on this side just to block some of that. That's awesome, James. And look ahead. Perfect. And really you can use it any side that you like. I even place the entire thing in front of my lens. It's awesome. And I'll come right here. You're gonna have a hand in your pocket so I can see. So it's because the thing's kind of big on you. Alright, so we're back here. I changed my lens. I am doing the H35, and the reason I did that is because I want to take a picture of the entire backdrop of him and also more of a formal shot. Awesome, James. And this time we're going to take off the coat and we're going to put it right here. You're going to hold it. He is doing awesome. And the H35 is working like butter. Okay. All right, so we are still here. We are in the same building, but we move on the side, and I still have lots of light, and we really love these big windows, so we're gonna work with them. And I'm using the H35. I want more of that sharpness, but also that soft blur. And I'm probably gonna be using some Omni filters just to enhance maybe some of those edges. We'll see. That's the beauty of this. You create as you go. Yes, love that. When you are working with reflections, so you can see from here, but I can see my reflection, just always kind of hide behind the subject. All the way, and then what is comfortable to you?
I can really do anything.
But what, like, if you're just sit there, just go you come forward. All right, perfect. So for me, doing the senior session is working with them also what they want to do, what they feel comfortable doing. I am using again the Omni filter. I want to block some of the cars that are passing by. When we are on.
We're on.
All right, we are on the same street, just a few steps forward. We still have some sunshine, so we still have some reflecting light, which is great. And if my camera helper don't mind, position it that way. I am using the Sol 45 because look at those lights, you guys. Can you guys see them right behind James? So I'm gonna use those lights and the reflection right now from the front with the sunshine. It's gonna be awesome. So remember, Sol 45. I did change my ISO to, let's see, I have now my ISO at 650 and my aperture will be 3.5 and my shutter speed I have it 1/500. All right, so with the Sol I do take a little bit longer because I need to make sure that I have focus right where I want it. And James is doing amazing. Thank you, James. James, that is I love that. I am using again the candy one, and I'm just kind of mimicking the lights from here to this side. All right, and now I have our sunset in the back, and I'm using a side light, and I love it. So we're gonna play more with shadow and light, half of his face, but I really love how it's really lighting it. Less, perfect. And I added the blade that the soap comes with, and it's giving me a little nice glare on the side. Dreamy. Absolutely dreamy. And now you're gonna look down serious, and then you're gonna look at it. Oh, I like that shake again. Will you do it again? And then maybe with your right arm, you're gonna kind of flip it. So don't be afraid to take several shots, because we're trying to focus and make sure that he is in focus when he is moving. But remember to use a high shutter speed, and that's gonna help you with that. Hi, Monica again. We're here now with beautiful Taylor. Hi. And we are in this beautiful place in Phoenix, Arizona. I am going to be starting doing her session, and my first choice for her, I'm going to be using the Composer Pro with a soft focus tube. Why do I want to use this lens? I really like the softness it's going to bring, and the colors it's going to illuminate behind. We can see the sunshine coming through. So I'm going to start, and I will start talking as I go. Right now my settings are 1/400, my ISO is at 200, and my aperture, we have it at 2.8. So I really like to shoot open wide just to get that really glow for her. All right, so let's start. All right, Taylor, there, just relax. Now, I like what you were doing, perfect. And then you're gonna just look right at me. And on these first ones, I like to focus, and this is gonna be really soft. Perfect. I'm gonna move on this side a little bit. You're doing great. Awesome, Taylor. Gosh. And then we're gonna move to position on this side. Perfect. Yes, I like that. I think I like how you had it right there. And then instead of going back, you're gonna come forward a little bit. And don't worry, I will be cutting stuff from the video, so all that stuff. Yes, perfect. All right, perfect. Oh gosh, that's beautiful. So if you guys can see, I have the sun in the back glowing, and with this lens, it just looks dreamy. Taylor, you look amazing. Gorgeous. I am gonna change my setting to aperture 4, and I just wanna see more of her gorgeous face right there. Beautiful. And we're gonna use this time your right hand, and we're gonna maybe like just get a piece of your hair a little bit. Yes, perfect. Love that. Yes, gorgeous. Yeah, you can like do this and this. Just move a little bit. Woo! Girlfriend. Gorgeous. Yes. That looks amazing too. I always like to get up close, but I also like to see the setting or where she's at. So make sure you get both sides when you're doing senior. And this time I'm gonna be using Omni wands just to bring out some of that glow and make some bokeh on the side. And it's gonna match what we see on the top. You keep moving, you're doing amazing. Thank you. And I'm gonna change. Gorgeous. And look ahead. Don't look at me. Perfect. And I have changed lenses to the Soul 45. Look at me, sweetie. With that smile. Okay, what you're doing, I just want you to like give me a little bit of movement. And you're gonna be looking at me.
Okay, look at you.
At me, and just keep moving your
Smile.
head. Yes, whatever you wanna do. Keep moving, keep moving. Yes, I want the hair moving. Perfect. Gorgeous. Hi, so we have moved places. Now we have the sun on her back. We have this beautiful cacti area. And I'm gonna be using the Lensbaby Velvet 28. And the reason I'm doing this is because I wanna gather all her background. And I'm gonna be adding as well some Omni filters just to bring out that sunshine behind her. All right? Gorgeous, beautiful. So we're adding some movement. I can do this. I have the fixed setting, and right now my settings are ISO 400 and my speed 1/300. So we're gonna dance. Alright, now we're gonna do the okay. So we're gonna come here. It's gonna be like 3 steps. Okay. You're gonna do 1, 2, and like I say pay, and then you're gonna turn. Okay. But when you turn, like usually, I usually pay, I want you to like, I want that hair. Okay. So you're gonna be going. I'm still on the same settings. I have changed now to 2.8 aperture. I'm gonna get closer now, 3/4, and I wanna have that glow face. And look that way.
I really want that.
And relax.
We'll be doing that soon, huh?
Oh, yeah, kind of.
So good.
Yeah. Do you want to come back out here?
And then dark here.
Oh, maybe.
Yes.
And the reason I show you how less with those lights, you can make the settings. All right. All right, and we have new outfit, and we have the sunset light, and I'm gonna be using my Velvet 85. I really wanna see that gorgeous light behind her, and with this cacti world, it was gonna be really, really pretty. I'm so looking forward to this. Ready? All right, we're gonna go move back a little bit more. This is my longer lens, so I'm gonna move back more. All right, and remember, yes, remember we were talking what we're doing purely with the movement? Yeah. In this time, I like that. You can do either one or the other. Yeah. Maybe one shoulder side. So you can here move as much as you want. Okay. All right? And see when I'm ready. And go for it. Beautiful, healer. I don't know, I get excited because it's just so beautiful. And we are going to be doing some movement, and I'm going to go to aperture 4. I want to get her more in focus and still get that gorgeous light. That's how you would stay ready. Just bear with me. Changing my aperture.
That is so cute.
Like that. I'm dropping my camera. She's gorgeous. She's doing amazing. All right.
Thank you.
I think I'm gonna have you sit here on the side. I'm gonna show Mom really quick.
I haven't stretched these jeans out yet.
Alright, we're posing on the side. I think one of the, I want one knee higher than the other, and then either come forward. Yeah, and I'm going to come on this side. Get that arm. Beautiful. And you can move back, Sophia, on the side too.
I am.
Because I'm gonna be moving different. I still have the 4 aperture, but I'm gonna be moving soon to get some of the glow with the sun. Seriously, the Velvet 85 is the best for yes, it's perfect. Give a little movement there with your head. All right, so that's a wrap for Taylor. She did awesome, and the light was amazing, and the Velvet 85 was like butter for this session. So don't hesitate to use the Velvet 85 for your portraits, especially when you have a beautiful light behind you and a beautiful model. Thank you, Taylor, for helping me.
Oh my gosh, gorgeous.